This is Bill. I'm with you. Can you hear me?
We'll call the Defined Contribution Committee meeting to order. We're all here in person. Bill Benson is on the phone. Any comments from anybody before we get started with ORP plan annual review from Corbridge?
No, sir. No, we could just turn over to Ms. Lee and go ahead with the annual update.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Today is our annual review of our optional retirement plan for the institutions of higher learning. And our first presenter this morning is Corbridge. Here presenting, we have Mr. Phil Saxton. He's a relationship manager for Corbridge. We have Ms. Chelsea Mixon, who is a divisional vice president. And we have a familiar face who needs very little introduction. Jane Mapp is here today. She works on their team locally here in Mississippi. And many of you will recall that many years ago, she used to be an assistant attorney general assigned to PERS. So thank you. I would like to let you know Amy, who you're used to seeing here, Amy Heil sends her regards. She was unable to make it today, but she says we are in great hands with Phil Saxton. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Devetta. On behalf of Corbridge, thank you everyone for having us in today to speak with you about the Mississippi Optional Retirement Plan. As you mentioned, my name is Phil Saxton. I'm a relationship manager with Corbridge. Again, really lucky to have Jane with us today, as well as Chelsea. As we look through the agenda, a lot here in the deck. We're not going to have time to go through all of it, but I want to give you a good overview of how the plan is running and what it looks like today. So we'll do some recent updates for Corbridge. We'll probably skip a little bit through here. We'll go through a team overview so you know who's supporting the plan. And if you want to come back around on anything from a cybersecurity perspective, we can do that. But I want to touch on plan statistics and metrics. And then really go through participant engagement how we're really impacting the field and communicating through marketing for individuals. So I'll go ahead and jump over to slide 5 with the Corebridge updates. Obviously, a lot of change in our industry. Corebridge is certainly not immune to that. We're really excited about where we are as an organization. Obviously, as a leader in the retirement plan space, kind of here from the get-go. Now we're partnering with firms like BlackRock and Blackstone on an institutional relationship management perspective on investments. And the trajectory of our industry with technology and innovation, our partnership with Accenture, we're really excited to really put our feet forward and expand the resources available to the ORP and participants going forward. If we look at Corebridge, every decision we make in terms of how we integrate with your plan and participants is about providing broad solutions and products that make a lot of sense to help people save and work towards retirement. We want to put the very best people out in the field and in front. I think we're a leader in that space. I think Jane's a great testament to that, meeting participants where they are. And we'll talk about that a little bit. We also provide resources that drive action. It's not enough just to put something out there for participants to work through on their own. We want to make sure it's driving action and results. And that at the end of the day, that financial wellness and their future outcome drives everything that we do. So a few of those things, as we kind of jump into slide 7, we've been on a mission to integrate, your resources as a plan sponsor and kind of where you can grab plan metrics and understand plan design is redesigning our sponsor fit website, enhancing the tools that are available to you to go in and navigate. Okay, how's the plan look? How are we holding up to key metrics? Providing enhanced reporting that we can do, you can run yourself as well as we can run on your behalf. So really dedicated to increasing, again, expanding our resources there. And probably where it's most important is on the participant front. On slide 8, we listen to our plan participants. Every interaction that we have results in a survey. Participants told us they want less white space on the website. They want more pertinent information front and center, easier click-throughs to the things that matter most to them. So we redesigned our account dashboard. We put more of that information up front for participants. And we also launched a financial wellness center that provides insight. Maybe you have individuals who are starting a family, getting married, things of that nature. It's not just retirement they're interested in general financial wellness as well. So supporting people on multiple fronts on there. And certainly that journey is not, it's something that we're continuing to invest in. As you can see on the next slide, we'll be investing heavily in expanding these resources going forward. I'm going to skip the next section. I want to jump right into our team. If we go to slide 12 for you, it's important to really test as a testament to where Corebridge really adds value. It's a differentiator for us in this space. We're out here meeting with everyone, all balances. It doesn't matter how large your balance is. Individuals like Jane on our advisor team are out in the field. I want to turn it over to Jane for a few minutes just to talk about the team and what they do.
Hi, good morning. It's nice to see everyone. So I'm here based out of the Ridgeland office, and we have 6 advisors in Mississippi all across the state that are specifically assigned to the universities and the various institutions. And plus we have 4 other reps in the state or financial advisors in the state that, although not specifically assigned to work directly with the groups, they do work with participants and clients as well. So we have a big team on the ground here in Mississippi. I myself, in the last 2 to 3 weeks, I've been to Alcorn State, Jackson State, UMC Lexington, UMC Grenada, did a financial wellness or PERS ORP overview for a group of doctors at UMC here in town. Going next week to do a lunch and learn with nurses, and these aren't all just ORP participants. They they can be, all employees are welcome at these. It's just a learning opportunity. It's not we're not selling, we're just teaching financial wellness or budgeting or whatever topic they're interested in that day. So everybody's welcome to those as well. And you can see we're not, even though our main office here is in Ridgeland, our financial advisors live all over the state. So Milton Thomas, for instance, lives in Starkville. So he's, even though he's a huge old Miss fan, he lives in Starkville and he goes to Starkville, the W, and the Meridian campuses, you know, regularly. Chris Logan and Jennifer Ladner are in Hattiesburg. So they're, you know, they're on site there a lot. We meet with participants and employees not only on the campus, we do it virtually around their schedule, even third, you know, neutral locations, you know, coffee shops or their homes if that works better for them. And so that's kind of what we bring to the table. I think the value of having that many people in the state working directly with the institutions and our participants there.
Thank you, Jane. I'm going to go ahead and skip to the plan review just for the sake of time. I want to take you through some plan metrics on page 18. If you take a look at where the plan sat in 2003, or from a plan year perspective, 6/30/23 to today at 6/30/25, about 24% increase in plan assets. Obviously, the market, the market's been pretty steady. Good growth in the plan. Active participants, we've seen that kind of ebb and flow over the years. I think that's an area we'll continue to discuss. To Jane's point, we have the ability to put people out at locations and meet participants where they are. It's a matter of just telling that story and helping participants make a decision. If I look kind of going on the next slide 19, just a nice quarterly breakout of the asset growth in the plan quarter to quarter, trending in the right direction. And on page 20, we're taking a look a little bit, 20 and 21, that active participant base versus participants with balance. Obviously, we're supporting all participants. We're focused on that active participant base in terms of how we're integrating in the field and driving conversation. Again, every interaction our advisor team has is about kind of best interest, helping individuals make decisions on where they invest their money. And so while we'd love, we've certainly seen a great trend in the active participant base. Looking back from 2023 to today, we want to keep driving that conversation and help them make the best decision for themselves. On slide 22 and 23, I think the really kind of solid story here is average account balance. Obviously, we want to continue to see that average account balance grow on a per participant base. So good to see that increasing as well. Again, similarly with overall plan balance when the market's doing well. I think where individuals like Jane and team will really add a lot of value is, as markets change and tough conversations take place, our team will certainly be out there to help with that as well. On the next slide, I'm going to go ahead and kind of jump in from a contribution perspective. Obviously, you all know how the contributions flow into the plan. I think it is worth noting distributions on slide 24. The plan is still flowing positively at the clip of almost $2 million in positive flow. Distributions are always going to change based on where your age demographic is, and so I'll certainly touch on that a little bit later. I think it's worth paying attention to the age demographic of your plan, and I'll highlight that in a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and jump over to slide 27 on our participant engagement front. This is just a quick snapshot of the number of individuals who are meeting with our financial professionals on a quarterly basis. These are all unique participants and how they're interacting. On slide 28, our call center. Again, if we're talking about the different channels and avenues that participants can get support, our call center and how those individuals are reaching out to them for support as well. And then I'll go ahead and turn it to Chelsea to talk about online engagement and the app.
Good morning, everybody. Phil Saxon already kind of touched on how we're trying to streamline the online process. Participants wanted less white space. They wanted things more readily available at their fingertips. But from our perspective, we're always trying to increase security, and participants having the power of online access to their accounts is an important part of us helping protect their assets against fraud. So we've had a big drive in getting people out in the field. We're encouraging participants to log in for their own security and their own knowledge as well. So we've definitely seen an uptick, as you can see, in online engagement, which we're very pleased by. Also, you can see just between the app and then the web. So that's a slight distinction, but we've got an app readily available on their phone. I've got it on my phone too, just so I can see the participant experience. It's very easy, but also they can access it on the web as well. Moving to the next slide. The next slide just shows client reviews that's happening out in the field. You know, we try to have contact with participants every 12 months. That's kind of the goal. Some of that's up to a participant, of course, but we're going to make sure that their beneficiaries up to date if their address has changed. There's been a large push recently toward making sure there's a trusted contact on these accounts. We've all seen, in some way, someone touched by cognitive decline, fraud, elderly abuse. All of these things are just becoming something we're more aware of and something that we're pushing as well to make sure assets are protected down the line. So those are the types of things that would be added and reviewed in a client review. And so that's represented by the purple, of course, as well as how is it performing? How is your asset allocation? Is it matching where you are in your work journey? If you're approaching retirement, do we need to slow things down a little bit? It's all about the client and about their preferences. You can also see in the dark purple Retirement Pathfinder, we've got really sophisticated software. We have an express version, and we have a very, very detailed version where you can stress test what those assets will look like given inflation, given various tax rates. So for those who have that mind to do a deep dive, and we all know those types of individuals, versus those who prefer a high-level express, we can serve all of those needs, but it's a really fantastic software. I'll turn it back over to Phil.
Right. Thank you, Chelsea. The next section is really a deep dive on investments. I'm not going to touch on much here from a per investment perspective. One thing I do want to highlight, if you kind of take a look at page 32, and there's another corresponding slide a few pages in, I think it's helpful just to get a sense of demographics and where participants are investing, just to give you an idea of kind of how the plan sits from an investment perspective, and then looking forward and looking ahead, you know, where your age demographic is. You know, what's the impact of the conversations that are happening? Where do you need to think about education, communication, and what's the messaging that's being driven out to those individuals? As you can see, from an employee-based perspective, pretty strong group of individuals still in that accumulation phase within the retirement plan, in that, you know, younger 30 to 40 to 50 age group, relative to the aging population that's looking at nearing retirement. And so those are two different types of conversations that happen in the field. From a marketing perspective and how we drive action, those are two different communication strategies. How we touch someone who's saving and investing in an accumulation phase versus someone who's looking at how they're going to draw down and what their retirement strategy is. So with that, a lot of great investment detail here in terms of who's investing, you know, number of participants and what funds. But I'm going to jump for the sake of time, if we can, just to slide 51, and really think about from an investment perspective and that aging, you know, different aging population, how our team looks at communication and education to those folks. So we have a multi-pronged approach for communication and education. Obviously, to Jane's point and Chelsea, we can meet people in the field face-to-face, one-on-one. to do education and enrollments. But we're also doing things like live webinars, recorded webinars, and tracking the individuals who come to those meetings so that we can do follow-ups in the field. Targeted education topics, things about beneficiaries, and things of that nature, and then supplemental topics. In 2025, we were able to add a dedicated marketing consultant to the Mississippi ORP. So Megan Shea is our marketing consultant who's dedicated to customizing communications for the plan. And that doesn't always have to be Corbridge material. If there's a topic that's relative to you all that you want to educate them on, again, we mentioned this financial wellness overarching support. We're happy to help you with non-Corbridge branded materials as well, so we can drive more financial education to your people. On the next slide is just a visual of what our campaigns might look like. This National Financial Capability Month campaign, it's a drip campaign via email with a 2 touch points and follow up from our field advisors where it makes sense. This is all about driving interaction with our team in the field, giving participants information about the plan and educating them on their resources. Pretty solid click rate, almost 40% open rate on that. And this is just an example of what those campaigns might look like. I mentioned some of the supplemental and more targeted resources that we can provide. On the next slide is our beneficiary and trusted contacts journey. I'll pass it over to Chelsea here briefly just to kind of talk through that resource.
One person on our team that wasn't listed on the map is a REC partner, and that is a fully licensed advisor based out of Houston who we consider part of our team as well. To me, there's nothing more important than boots on the ground. I'm always a huge advocate of that. But if we can be boots on the ground, email, and have phone reach out, those are the main ways that people communicate. So right now, our REC partner is reaching out solely kind of fixated on beneficiary and trusted contacts. So not only did they get emails in August and again 2 months later on these topics, but now they have a REC partner reaching out. Of course, anytime there's a client review, but we update that as well. But making sure that we're constantly dripping on participants so their assets are protected and also that they're going where they should go in case the worst happens is very important to us to have that responsibility. So you can kind of see through this chart, and I won't walk y'all through it, all of the different touch points, which always helps me when I'm getting things in a multitude of ways. So I remember to actually take action, which is the point at the end of the day. On the next slide, you can see an overview on slide 54 of what these months actually look like when you're getting email updates. And again, it's always a click through driving you to action towards a local advisor because that typically has the most impact on financial literacy. And back to Phil.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just like many topics, the financial landscape, it's a lesson in behavioral science. We've got to hit participants multiple times with similar messaging throughout the year. So you can see the cadence at the top of the calendar where we're dripping different topics around savings and financial education, protecting your accounts, things about cybersecurity coming up here in the end of the year. And certainly space here where we have, our, Megan Shea, who will be working as a dedicated marketing consultant, where we can add customized supplemental marketing in here along the way. So we'll have a 2026 calendar here available shortly, which we'll certainly share. But hopefully this gives you a little bit of a highlight in everything that we're looking at from a plan perspective, and certainly pause here for any questions you all may have.
Any questions for Corbridge?
I got one. You gave a very positive report. Are you in any way affected by the additional length of life of your retirees?
Yeah, on that.
Well, with ORP, it's not a guaranteed lifetime benefit. So the challenge there is to make sure that we work with the participant to make sure they are in a position to not run out of money before they pass away. So that is that is I guess that's a kind of a good challenge to have, people living longer. But as far as, you know, it's doesn't impact as far as like PERS does, where it can impact your, you know, funding. Does
Thank
that
you.
make sense? Mhm.
Jane, you kind of alluded to this a little bit, I think, but there's a 403B at UMC maybe that Corbridge also has?
Yes, we do.
Y'all
Mhm.
share field reps cover
Yes.
both of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I'll just comment on that too. I mean, it's certainly common for us to have, you know, interaction on both sides, and that's where that best interest conversation is most valuable to help, you know, participants understand, you know, how they're investing, you know, and what tools they're using, whether it's the ORP plan, the 403B plan, and so forth. And also just comment quickly on kind of the aging workforce. You know, that's part of the strength, I think, of engaging participants so heavily along the way, and why we work so hard to get that interaction with them and kind of pull them into that advisor network so that they can start to think about to and through, and am I saving enough? Am I looking at all the different aspects of the type of retirement that I want to live? And the sooner we can start that conversation with someone, whether it's a new hire orientation first day or whether they're 3 months into the job, that conversation never ends. Once they get connected with a Jane, that's exactly what she's doing every step of the way. So we don't look at it as a problem or an issue or a negative. It's an opportunity. We want to get people early so that when they do get to retirement, it's not you know, a race to figure it out.
I'd just like to add, all the vendors have that same setup where if they have a 403B and the ORP, they have the same vendors. That would be the same reps for TIA, Voya, and Corbridge. Historically, the universities intentionally developed 403Bs with the ORP vendors for that reason. So it'd be easier on the members.
Yeah, I would say it allows us to, you know, take a more holistic approach with the participants, because we can see, you know, talk to them, and me personally, ORP or PERS, 403B, deferred comp. I always talk to them about deferred comp as well, and any just all their options and for saving, because I want everybody to be in the best position for retirement. So that's the approach I take, is to discuss everything available to them.
Good, I'm ready to come discuss that 403B and deferred comp with you.
Come on over. Give me a call.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
y'all
your
for
time.
having us.
Good morning, welcome.
Morning.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, our next vendor here today is TIAA. TIA has historically had the lion's share of participants and assets in the ORP. And they are here represented this morning by Mr. Tim O'Donnell, who is the market leader for TIAA, and Mr. Austin Morris, who is our relationship manager dedicated to our plan, and I think South Carolina as well. So they are going to give you their annual review for TIAA ORP.
Good morning. on in. Doing well. My name is Tim O'Donnell. As Devetta mentioned, I'm with TIAA. I'm a managing director and the market leader for our Southeast territory. And I've been working with PERS now for about 10 years, so it's been a pleasure to work with you all. With me is Austin Morris, who's the relationship manager for our mutual relationship. I'm based in Atlanta. Austin is in Charlotte, North Carolina. So we have a presentation today that we'll go through. Hopefully you all have a copy of it. 2025 is a bit of a milestone year in that it's the 35th anniversary of the ORP. So it's been a pleasure for us to have been a partner all these years with you. And with that time that has passed, the ORP has grown, and at TIAA, it certainly has grown. In the past year, since we were last with you at TIAA, the assets increased about 13% under administration. Active participants increased just under 2%, and enrollments at TIAA increased about 10%. So the good news is that the plan is viewed as a valuable benefit to those who are eligible for it. On page 4, I want to discuss a trend or two. I'm sorry, did you have a question? No. We're seeing several trends in the defined contribution industry, but two that I'll point out. The use of target date funds and also just how education and engagement has expanded, certainly at TIAA for the benefit of the participants. With regard to target date funds, specifically within the Mississippi ORP, 63% of active plan participants contribute to the target date option. And at TIAA, that is the Nuveen Life Cycle CIT series. And Austin will spend some time talking that through in a bit later. Also, the target date options, that CIT series, receive 51% of the plan contributions. So the reason it's a trend is because of the significant amount of flow going into those options. With regard to plan education, education is increasing in utilization, which is a good thing. You want participants to sit down with a financial consultant to potentially run through advice, to have a discussion about the investments. And with the Mississippi ORP, we've seen a 16% increase in education and advice meetings since we were last with you. So that's, again, a very good statistic or metric tying back to the value that the participants see in the plan. And participants also see the value in some help managing their assets. We have at TIAA something called Retirement Plan Portfolio Manager. It's a managed account. Participants choose to use it if they want. And it's we haven't seen a lot of growth in that option. Only about 43 participants utilize it with about 12.5 million, but it's available. It allows participants to follow advice and then to have their account rebalanced from there on out. So it's a nice tool to have. I'll stop there before I move on to the next page or two. Any questions regarding some of the statistics I just mentioned? Perfect. On page 5, just a very brief overview of the team that services the Mississippi ORP at TIAA. I'm the market leader over the Southeast. As I mentioned, Austin is the relationship manager, and he is partnered with Ellis Jefferson on the far right to really handle most of your day-to-day activities and service. I mentioned education and advice is important, and it really is. As you can tell from this page, we have a number of individuals focused on engaging with participants and helping them with questions and running advice sessions should they want it. In the first column, Roz Banks is based in Memphis. She works directly, handled one-on-one with many of your participants. And then John Merritt is a virtual financial consultant. He works with most of the participants here, or those that choose to work with us virtually. He works with most of those individuals. And the rest of the page is an overview of the wealth management advisors that are available to the participants. So with that very brief, high-level overview, I'll hand the meeting over to Austin, who will go into some detail around the plan, how it's grown and changed over the past year, and talk also a little bit about the communications work that we're doing on behalf of your participants.
Sure. Thank you, Tim, and good morning. Good to be back in Jackson this morning. So if we flip to page 7, we'll get into just the high-level summary around assets in the ORP with TIAA. The left-hand column, you can see from fiscal year 2018 up until 2025, the assets, and as Tim referenced, year over year, those assets are up 13% at TIAA, totaling a little over 1.14 billion for that period ending 6/30/2025. If you look to the right, just again, summary of assets, total participants. There's 2 different structures of accounts at TIAA. One is the legacy contracts with an older menu where no new contributions go. And then you'll see the 3,988 participants in the current lineup group contracts where current menu, current contributions are flowing. And then to the right, just a quick summary of some of the plan economics. I'll call out TI's annual administrative costs of 75% per participant. Very competitive in terms of the cost for folks that choose to work with TIAA on their ORP mandatory plan. Any questions on the summary?
Any varied pieces in that besides that $75? Is that a flat rate? Or is there something within whatever strategy you may be in that may be a different cost depending on real estate or anything like that?
Yeah, good question. So the 75 is the plan administrative costs. So that's a flat per participant fee. And then depending on that individual and participant's allocation, there'd be some investment costs depending on how they're allocated.
Okay.
Yep. We flip to page 8, just again, a summary of the investment allocation. And to Tim's point, you can see just the balances across the various asset classes. I'll call out the Nuveen life cycle CITs that Tim referenced. Those were implemented late 2024 and really shows TI's commitment to providing low-cost investment options for the ORP participants. The internal costs are, that you referenced there is 3 basis points, so extremely competitive, extremely low cost for those folks. And as Tim mentioned, we know that significant amount of the contributions are flowing to those investments. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But again, just a summary of where all those assets sit within the plan. If we look at page 9, just a highlight of the assets based on the university. You can see, I call it the big 4, really within the ORP, Mississippi State, University of Mississippi, University of Mississippi Medical Center, rounded out by University of Southern Mississippi. We see a pretty significant drop off in assets outside of those 4 at some of the smaller institutions participating in the ORP. Page 10 really summarizes the contributions that we've seen. So just over 60 million in total contributions. You can see the breakdown between employee and employer on that side. And again, the trend continues from a contribution standpoint with those 4 largest universities that I called out on the previous page. You can see on the right-hand column there the number of employees contributing at each institution. And again, same theme with that big 4 within the participating higher education institutions. Total employees contributing 2,406 in terms of the 8 institutions. Page 11 looks at the contribution history. So going back to 2018, we're showing the employee contributions, the employer contributions, and then the total. Total contributions are up 7% year over year, but we can see a trend of those contributions growing from as far back as we go in this data set. Any questions? Okay, page 12 just looks at the contributions by asset class. So this is of those contributions that are being made, where are they actually going from an investment standpoint? The pie chart tells the story. And as Tim mentioned earlier, 51% of the contribution, so a big slice of that pie, are going to what we call multi-asset. Those are represented by, in this page, both the Nuveen Life Cycle mutual funds that were exchanged out for the collective investment trust in late 2024. So you'll see, again, just based on the numbers, how we get to that 51%. Large amounts of contributions are going there, and that's typically people entering the ORP that are defaulting into that investment set based on their age and projected year of retirement. Page 13 looks at participants with a balance by university. Same story as the contributions and assets, dominated by those 4 large institutions from an ORP participation standpoint. And then on the chart on the right, we're just calling out the inactive participants. So those are folks that have separated from service, either chosen to go work somewhere else or retired, and have chosen to leave their assets within the ORP. Always a good indicator, in my opinion, of employees that are satisfied with the plan when they're separating and choosing to leave those assets in plan versus rolling them to, other employer plans or retail investment products. Page 14 just highlights the enrollments. Tim referenced the enrollments are up. We had 371 total new enrollments during this reporting period. And again, same theme continues, Mississippi State, University of Mississippi, UMMC, rounding out the 3 largest employers from an enrollment standpoint. But you can see, kind of how the enrollment has fluctuated from 2018 all the way up to 2025. And then 15 is just a quick summary of closed accounts. So those are folks that, have decided to take their assets outside of the ORP and move them to other viable investment options based on their choice. So in 16, just a summary of the investment allocations by participant age group. I think this reinforces really what Tim called out and what I've been referencing in terms of the contributions going to that multi-asset class or the target date funds. If you look to the left at the younger, what I would call earlier career individuals in the ORP, you can see that respectively, roughly 75 and 69% of those contributions are going to those target date funds. Again, that's a symptom of, me coming to work in the ORP, enrolling, not proactively making an investment election. That's where our financial consultants come in to provide education, meeting with wealth management advisors to discuss with that individual, is this off-the-shelf mix correct for you? Or should we look at more customization based on your desired level of risk? As we get into mid-career and later career, you can see that the investment allocations to those target date funds shrink, in some cases pretty significantly in that 50 to 59 age group. To me, that's an indicator that people are taking a little more ownership of their retirement account as they get closer to that retirement age, sitting down with us or their respected financial professional and saying, hey, how can I design an actual allocation that is unique to me versus the target date fund? So interesting trend there. But again, 63% of active participants are contributing to a target date in some fashion. Page 17, just a quick summary of participants in each investment option. And again, you can just kind of look through some of the CREF investments, some of the Nuveen stuff, but spread out pretty equally in terms of where participants are putting dollars. And again, multiple investments can be attributed to one participant. Page 18 looks at participants by age group and then the average balance. Naturally, as again, if we look to the left on that bottom axis, the younger employees have a lower average balance. As you move through the spectrum in terms of accumulation period in retirement, you can see those age groups, the numbers are pretty balanced, but those average balances certainly continue to increase as they get into that 60-plus range. And then on the right, we just show the total average balance for the plan of a little over $214,000 for those 5,331 active participants. Page 19 just really looks at the investment options utilized. And again, this just speaks to the theme that we've called out. If you look at how many participants utilize just one investment option, that's largely going to be those folks that are contributing to the target date, where it's kind of a one-size-fits-all approach, or starts out growth-oriented, will get a little bit more balanced as folks continue through that accumulation period. And then you can see the numbers start to diversify for people that are owning multiple investments within the plan. Page 20 briefly just highlights those individuals that have utilized the lifetime income benefit with our fixed account. Won't get into too much detail there, but again, a good highlight to know that folks are receiving lifetime income. And then page 21 just highlights the history of the rates that are being credited within those fixed accounts. Those are no longer on the menu receiving contributions, but participants do hold balances in that investment. So we'll change gears a little bit and speak to some of the participant engagement and communication efforts. Page 23 really just highlights the advice and counseling sessions that Tim mentioned previously in the summary. These are assisted meetings where ORP participants sit down with either a financial consultant or a wealth management advisor. They talk about, are they on track or not? What actions can they take to improve their outcomes? A lot of that could be their allocation, like we talked about, getting out of that target date and getting a more customized risk-based allocation. The top numbers represent the 2024 meetings for the full year. So you can see we had 437 meetings with financial consultants, 648 meetings with advisors, for a total of 1,085. And then the bottom data set represents data through August of year to date for 2025. So 224 with financial consultants, 448 with advisors, for a total of 672 meetings so far in 2025. As Tim mentioned, we're seeing greater demand with folks utilizing online resources, kind of self-service tools, which is great. And that leads me to page 24 to talk about a little more around what we do from participant communication and how we try to encourage healthy savings and retirement readiness behaviors. So in 2025, we rolled out and launched a brand new program, Essentials by TIAA. There's really three pillars that we focus in on with participants. The goal of the program is really to promote financial well-being, reinforce retirement plans as a valuable benefit for ORP participants. The first bucket focuses on financial essentials. Those are basic foundational things: saving, managing credit, managing debt, tools to help people get off to a good start. Two is life essentials, which really focuses on those financial moments that really can affect an employee's life, career, certainly those milestones as you're getting into transitioning from early to mid-career. And then the third bucket is really your plan essentials. So that is information that really provides information around the specific investment solutions, services that are included in the ORP plan specifically. Page 25, again, just gives some examples of the financial essentials bucket. There's monthly outreach campaigns, there's on-demand webinars, there's a plethora of options for individuals to utilize, again, to increase and reinforce healthy behaviors based on saving and optimizing portfolios, encouraging them to get advice. And then on page 26, this just focuses on some of the life essentials strategy. So supporting employees at various life moments, encouraging that ongoing engagement. Hopefully by this point, folks have sat down with us and had an advice session. But you can see kind of the content and where we go from there throughout the retirement journey. And then 27 just highlights some of the information around plan essentials. So again, promoting strategies for lifelong retirement, really having people look a little bit forward on things they can be doing to improve that retirement readiness. And we know that folks that sit down with us and get personalized advice have a significantly higher degree of confidence around their retirement readiness. 27% for those who haven't received advice versus 64% for those who have received and followed that specific advice for that individual. 28 and 29 just highlight some of the program results. So, at the top page, 3,506 total participants reached. Some of the stats around there and the actions that were taken based on those outreaches. And then on page 29, just shows some of the virtual stats, 41 registrations, folks that have attended webinars, things of that nature. So the remaining pages that I won't go through all of them highlight specific campaigns throughout the year. I will highlight just one that we're particularly proud of and I think shows a trend. If I think back to last year on page 30, it's the New Year Checking campaign. So we typically will send this right after the new year when people are setting personal goals, fitness goals. We feel that financial goals certainly play a role in that. So this is an invitation for a personalized check-in, new year that new year resolution to focus on more on your finances, and the retirement plan certainly is a part of that. So in this particular campaign, there were 1,849 unique participants reached. Had an email open rate of 56%, email click rate of 2.44%, which is extremely high. And then based on that, there were 18 individuals that said, you know what, it's time for me to actually sit down and take some action and get some advice. So just wanted to highlight that one. The remaining pages go through several other essentials campaigns that were launched throughout the year: power of saving and investing, spring cleaning, another theme where people are focused on making some positive changes. There's one on diversification, long-term investing, and then starting at page 37 just highlights the 2025 annual communications calendar for all those campaigns. So proud of the program. We've received positive feedback so far, and significant changes from where we were prior, really with the goal of engaging people, meeting them where they are, giving them short bite-sized pieces of content to engage with us. So any questions from the committee?
Any questions for TIAA?
Just one question. On page 16, I think you may have said this, but I don't know that I understand it or caught it, where you got the investment allocations by participant group. That shift, I guess it seems like more equities as it goes up. Is that, it looks like proportionally there's less equities, of course, because of the multi-asset, right?
Yep.
Is that really just the trend there on why that's scaled up and why it's not as far on the right side, why there's more equities on that right side instead of multi-assets, just because they're newer products?
No, not necessarily. I would really attribute that to just being able to classify equities as a standalone asset class. So it may not be that they actually have more exposure to equities. So if you look at that less than 30 all the way to the left, that 74, we'll call it 75% in the dark blue of folks that are in multi-asset, they're probably,
Most of them are in equities, probably.
yeah, they're probably 85 to 90% in equities just based on the allocation of that target date fund. That's going to go down over time. What we're showing here is the way that I would interpret the data is as you get into that mid-career age, people are taking a little more ownership of the retirement plan. So they're swapping that one-size-fits-all, do-it-for-me target date fund and saying, hey, I want to really target my allocation. So I would think of the equities as not necessarily the percentage of equities that each individual has increasing. It's more so we can now measure the weighting of dollars that are specifically being contributed to equities versus that target date. The target date is going to have a mix of equities, stocks, bonds, other things that changes over time. So we're not really measuring that. It's more so 49% of that population are contributing to the equity asset class. Does that make sense?
It does, but is that just because they don't know or didn't have it available to go to the multi-asset class? I mean, I guess that's my question is, if I were in that, you would think through training and anything else, if you wanted to simplify your life,
Yeah.
you'd get out of equities completely as much as you could and get into multi-asset, right?
Yeah, I think.
Because of the glide path or whatever.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a generational thing to where those are newer assets. That's why they're getting sold at the beginning, because it's easier, simpler if I'm 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to look at anything anymore. I'm supposed to be taken care of. And some of these folks are kind of grandfathered in, if you will, and maybe they're just not proactive in going and moving into those other assets, or they're already built into these equity pieces. So they don't want to lose whatever they built up as that. They don't want something to happen and then change over to the multi-asset, and that kind of changes their mix.
I think that's certainly a part of it, but I think you hit the nail on the head where in our just trends on what we see across our institutional business, younger employees, they tend to be less engaged in the plan in general, to your point. So if I'm 30, I may not even know what I have in my ORP account because I defaulted into that target date, assuming, the year I reach age 65. What we typically see is, as I'll use myself as an example too, you get into that 40 to 49 bucket, retirement starts looking a little bit closer. You start paying a little bit more attention to what you have. And if I sit down with a financial consultant and say, hey, I want to be moderately aggressive, maybe that target date fund that I was in previously in my 30s doesn't make the most sense. So now I'm gonna get a customized targeted allocation to my desired level of risk,
I got you.
which is why we can pinpoint where those contributions are going versus
could
just the
be-
broader bucket.
And it could be if I haven't contributed as much as I probably should have back
Correct.
during that time.
Maybe you need to
then
put your
all of a
foot on the
sudden
gas.
I realize I'm gonna have to do something a little different,
Yep.
like you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Does that
And of
help?
course, it does. And on multi-asset, I mean, you had me at 3 basis points. You said 3?
On the collective investment trust, yes, sir.
Okay.
They're CITs, so they're by nature less expensive than mutual funds, that's for sure.
It's a great option for those folks that don't want to be hands-on. Very low cost, it'll get the job done. But I think, as people get in that mid-career, they take a little bit more ownership of their own retirement journey.
At one point you did make, I want to confirm that your assumption's accurate in that the target date options are newer products. They're not so much new any longer, but if you're in the 50 or 60 age band, they may not have been available to you when you enrolled in the plan, and those folks stayed with their allocation.
Right, just didn't change.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
We like to,
Yep, we're ready.
Mr. Chairman, our last presenter this morning is Voya. We have here represented Ms. Tanil Greenlee, who is a regional vice president. She's come many years here. And Mr. Marcus Kincaid, who is a local representative here in the state of Mississippi servicing our universities with high regards. The retirees have told me great things about Mr. Marcus. So as Jane said, he meets them where they are. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you guys having an opportunity to come and visit with you guys, spend a little bit of time talking about Voya. As we start on slide 2, my name is Tanil Greenlee, as Devetta mentioned. I'm the regional vice president with Voya, and I've been here for about 18 years, going on 19 in January, and I have the pleasure of being here with Marcus Kincaid, a local financial advisor, and he's been with the company for 19 years. As you can kind of see initially, we do have a full team that's dedicated to assist with the Mississippi Optional Retirement Plan. You've got them there. And then as you continue on to slide 3, this just breaks out all of the local advisors that are really dedicated to each of the individual universities to provide that guidance, to provide that assistance to all of the employees and participants in the plan. As we continue to talk a little bit about the ORP Plan Health, on slide 5, you can see the total assets in the plan as of June 30th of 2025 at $652,733,760. We've got a little over $38.8 million in contributions that went into the plan in the last fiscal year. And you can see a gain on that plan of just under $50 million gain. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to your attention. As we continue, you can really see that broken out on slide 6 with the total plan assets. Now you can kind of see this is the last 5 years. And obviously there was a little bit of a dip following COVID and all the uncertainty and everything in the market. But as you can see, for the next 4 years following that, it has continued to progress to where we're at today. As we continue on to slide 7, I did break down a little bit of the contributions by locations. You can see that here, as well as the individual participation in each of the locations. We did have 242 new enrollments into the ORP plan this past fiscal year. As we continue to slide 8, this just breaks down the average account balance by age group. And this is really kind of what you would tend to expect to see. You're going to have your younger investors that are just starting out being a little bit lower. And as they progress and get closer to retirement, that account balance is going to continue to grow. The overall average account balance, looking across everything, is a little over $181,000 on average. Continuing to slide 9, this just breaks it down by the participants that are contributing currently in the plan by age group. And as you can see, they're typically in the 30s to 40s range. And which we would expect, as people are getting older, getting nearer to retirement, you're not going to have as many people typically contributing. But you can see there's still quite a few folks that are still participating even in their 60s. As we continue to slide 10, this is really a testament to having local advisors. I'm really proud of the field force that we have available to all of the participants in the plan, to the employees at the different universities. And what you can see here in the investment slide is that the average number of investments per participant is 5.2. That well exceeds the benchmark for educational plans of 3.7. That's just there to show you that having that local advisor to provide that additional education, that additional guidance, really makes a huge difference to the individual participants in the plan. You can see that a little bit further as we proceed to slide 11, where it really breaks down the diversification in the plan. And you can see this just breaks down all the different asset classes, and you can see there is a wide range of funds utilized within your plan. As we continue into our technology enhancements and tools and resources that are really available to the employees in the ORP plan, on slide 13, I just wanted to point out our My Orange Money tool and our financial wellness experience. These are really valid in helping employees to better understand their retirement, to get an idea for maybe different things that they can do to try to enhance their experience and make sure that they're prepared for retirement, that they have the tools and resources in place to make sure that they're confident in their financial future. You can see specifically looking at the financial wellness experience after engaging in that tool, which is just like a quick 10 to 13 questions, depending on how they answer the questions. 94% of users have taken action to try to improve their situation. So that's a really valid testament to the ease of use and that it's prompting additional action on their part. In addition to that, I always like to mention that our tools are available in both English and Spanish. We want to make sure that it is a full experience for all users. As we proceed to slide 14, this one really just gets into more of our participant web experience. And this is specifically the participant website. What's really cool about this site is it gives participants the ability to customize it to their own experience, to what their own needs are. And in there, we have the ability for them to even connect any of their external accounts, like checking, savings, credit cards, any of that kind of stuff too, so they can really do a holistic look at their accounts. As we proceed to slide 15, this just breaks it down a little bit further, where you can go in, view your individual accounts, you can see balances, you can see fund performance, recent transactions, all of those tools that the participants are looking to have available to them. And then on the right side there, again, just kind of breaks down that financial wellness tool that I mentioned earlier. As we continue to proceed on slide 16, this is really getting into additional tools and resources that are available. in our retirement overview tool. This tool allows an individual to go in and input their information. They can put in their salary. They can put in any like cafeteria plan stuff, all of the different things that are going to come out of their paycheck. They factor all that in. And what's really nice about it is it does kind of give them a view of like, hey, am I saving enough for retirement? What do I need to do? And it gives them the ability to really model the changes and kind of plan accordingly. As we continue to slide 17, this is something that I'm really proud of. So this is something that isn't necessarily offered with all financial industries, but what I wanted to point out is with your participants in the plan, if at any time they were to get hacked and lose a subset of their money or any of their money, Voya will make them whole. So that's one of the things that I'm really proud of. It's our safe guarantee or secure accounts for everyone. Continuing on, we'll talk a little bit about communication and education. And as we jump to slide 19, you can really see that participants are really looking for that help, that guidance, the advice. Their retirement savings plans are contributing to that additional financial security, having those resources available. There's always the concern, are we going to go into recession? What's the market going to do? Fluctuation. So we just want to make sure that employees are feeling confident about their financial future, that they're comfortable having a conversation about that. And that's where really, I'm proud of having financial advisors on the ground because they can help alleviate some of those concerns and make sure that folks are comfortable having those conversations.
Who are these 80% of people that feel like we're going into a recession?
So it's actually a survey done across the industry, so it's not just Mississippi. So those particular numbers are from a research study done between 2021 and 2024 with the Workplace Wellness Survey. So it's kind of a culmination of a lot of individuals. So it's not just Mississippi.
It doesn't add up because their stock what you report here is a positive, but yet 80% of somebody said it ain't good.
Well, it's more just that they're always concerned about the potential for going into. So it's not that we are going into a recession. It's that they're concerned about the potential impact, especially following. If you look at the time frame too, it was between 21 and 24. That was coming right off of COVID and everything else. So you've got the pandemic that's spurring fear and concern as well. That's going to
that answers my question.
Numbers.
Thank you.
Yep. As we continue to slide 20, one of the really nice things about Voya is that we do try to provide a connected experience. We want to provide an easy-to-use tool for folks to be comfortable, for them to get the information they need. We've built all of our systems to be customizable so they can really tailor it to their individual goals, their individual needs. In addition to that, we try to implement customized journeys or educational resources as well. We offer seminars, we offer a lot of that. We've got our analysis tools, our dedicated customer service, and then the biggest thing that I am proud of is really our one-on-one advice and coaching. So with that, I would like to, as we continue to slide 21, to really pass the reins over to Marcus for a moment, just to spend a little bit of time talking about what it's like as a financial advisor and what he does to help all of the individual participants in the ORP plan.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. The first thing I like to always describe is when I go into an initial meeting with an employee, my first goal is to make sure that they understand how important the decision is to select ORP versus the PERS retirement plan. And then the main thing is they need to know that it is irrevocable. It's a one-time shot. So, you take a new professor who just moved in, he may think, well, I'll do this later. I don't have time for this. No, this is very important because it's going to have a huge impact on your financial picture going forward. Oftentimes, I spend the first part of that meeting trying to talk myself out of business because when somebody forgoes the PERS plan, they are passing up a huge benefit, particularly if they have ties to Mississippi and they think they may be here for the long haul. So I always like for them to understand the difference between the two plans. And going forward, if they decide to go with ORP, you know, a lot of times they get busy with trying to get tenure or their coaching career. You have to kind of guide them back to refocus them every year to think about, okay, are you doing what you need to be doing? Are you rebalancing your account? Things of that nature. We also spend a lot of time trying to be a resource to the human resource professionals to make sure that they know that we're available for seminars and things of that nature to help with the ongoing education that we promise these universities. We are available. The thing I'm most proud of is the fact that each one of my clients has my phone number and my office number. I welcome them to call me and set appointments or ask whatever question they have. We do have Time Tap available, and we always offer both in-person meetings or Zoom meetings depending on what their preference may be. So in a nutshell, that's typically what I do on a daily basis.
Thanks so much, Marcus. I appreciate that. As you can see here, we do have 6 dedicated local advisors throughout the state, so they're not all congregated in one location, just to make sure that we are able to get to all of those universities to provide those additional resources. In the past year, we had over 4,600 either in-person or remote individual meetings with folks. You know, we've got the live and on-demand wellness seminars. And, you know, when you incorporate calls also to our customer contact center, communications with like Angela or myself in our office as well, you know, we're available to really provide the tools and resources to help your participants. As Marcus mentioned on slide 22, we want to be able to provide an easy way to get in touch with those local advisors. So while we have the customer service number for our local dedicated advisors, we also have the ability to reach them on their work number, their cell phone number. They can email them, and we have a digital tool through Time Tap where they can just immediately go and sign up to schedule an appointment with that individual. So it makes it much easier to try to find a time that works for everybody. As we continue to slide 23, this is really just getting into more of those journeys, that educational guidance that we want to provide to all of the participants. You know, we try to personalize all of our messaging. We do have what we call an annual financial wellness calendar, which breaks down different topics throughout the year. And it's available to individuals for them to also help guide themselves, even if they want to figure out what they want to focus on. We've got those tools and resources to assist with that. Everything is fully customizable. And it's really there just to help your employees at the universities, all of the participants in the ORP, to be better acquainted with their retirement and plan accordingly. Slide 24 just gets into a lot of the different educational seminars that we have available to all of the employees. We do have both our online Voya Learn site where people can go access stuff 24/7. All of that content's available both in English and Spanish, but we also have the ability to come out to the individual universities and do that in person or virtual, either option, educational seminars. So we want to be able to provide the resources, the education to help all of your employees. As we proceed to slide 25, this just kind of gets into all of the tools and resources that we're really providing and how we partner directly with PERS. You know, we've got our local service through our dedicated financial advisors that are available to help all of the members. We've got availability through multiple means to get in touch with those folks. We try to attend all of the benefit fairs. We do seminars, educational tools, anything that's available. We do a lot of record keeping, trying to make sure that, you know, on a quarterly basis, we're providing all the updates, some of the stuff monthly as well. And then from a management perspective, you know, making sure that we're keeping all of the universities as well as PERS up to date on, you know, legislative changes, whether it's like the Secure Act or anything that may impact the retirement plans as well, just to kind of stay on top of all of that as well. And then lastly, on slide 26, I just want you to know that we are committed to public higher education. Voya is listed currently number 1 in 403B providers, as well as number 1 in government markets. So with that, I thought I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Question this time? No. Any other questions? Thank you all very much for being
All
here.
right, appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Distribution plan document. Ray, did you have any comments on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to recommend that the committee and board just pause for now, and let's come back and revisit that in December. No major concerns, but we're working through a temporary implementation matter with DFA. And if you're not familiar, DFA is the Department of Finance and Administration, and they administer the statewide payroll system. And as you know, we're implementing Tier 5. And as a part of that, the employers, PERS covered employers, will need to report information in dollars from to both PERS and Empower. And DFA reached out and expressed some concerns with the March 1st date, primarily because they're in the middle of a large-scale, major, critical system upgrade to the statewide payroll system already that's scheduled to go live July 1st. So in light of that, and working for a successful Tier 5 implementation, we agreed to try to find some type of interim or temporary solution, and that work's underway, and we're optimistic and hopeful that we'll find that, but we don't quite have the details worked out. And depending upon those details, it was possible that we may need to make a change to the plan document. So rather than have to come back or make other revisions, thought it best just to recommend that we pause and come back to that in December. And if agreeable, that shouldn't cause a concern with the schedule of the administrative process of the final adoption. So it should be fine. We may have some other minor changes suggested from Empower, but I don't think anything too significant. We could do those at the same time, but mainly just working through that temporary solution. And with that, recommendation just to pause for now, and that's the background, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we need a formal committee action to defer that?
I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think we would just.
Our Attorney General says yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
I recommend you a motion to set it for this discussion in December. That way it prevents y'all from a secondary motion in December. It'll automatically come in.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
is there a motion to defer this to the December Defined Contribution Committee meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And that motion carries. So thank you.
I do have one other question about that. If that temporary fix is not available, are we also preparing legislation that would either delay the implementation of Tier 5 as that goes forward? I'm just anticipating any other problem with DFA and whatever they're undergoing over there and their ability. I know that we would be ready here for the March 1st Tier 5 implementation, but if DFA does not, would that not require legislation to delay that implementation, which would cause some chaos if we're not prepared for that on that side?
Well, in our case, we're moving full speed ahead with the Tier 5 implementation, aiming for the March 1st date. We're not preparing any legislation at this time or considering that. And then
Who should we notify that there is an issue that DFA has questioned the March 1st implementation date? That's what I heard you say.
I think that'd be up to DFA.
Excuse me, the DFA.
That's up to them, not us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Should we know that it's coming? Should we not advise? Of course, we have legislators here that we can already know that there's an issue going on over there that's not of our making and that we're ready. But somebody needs to, I'm just saying, be prepared for that March 1 implementation date.
Well, I certainly think that, you both make some good points. I think Dr. Rutledge is right. At this point, this would be largely a DFA issue, but also we've got to go back to some of my earlier comments that we're working through an interim and temporary type solution and optimistic that we'll be able to find that at the moment. So there likely may not even be a need for some of what we just discussed, or you just discussed. I'm certainly not going to commit to that, but as long as there's a solution found, then there wouldn't be a need in that regard.
So we should know then by December whether or not it's going to be done, since we're delaying it till December. you anticipate that the problem will be worked out by then.
Yes, or if not, I'll have a different update in December. But as I mentioned, I think we're working through an interim temporary solution and just didn't quite get the details worked out and agreed upon in time for October, but would suspect to do that by December.
That temporary solution, is that on our side or is that on their side? I'm talking, I guess I'm talking about the technicality of the transfer of funds coming in and are coming from the employer or, I mean, how does that impact our programming? That just temporary and then have to go back and change that again. I'm just don't quite follow that.
Sure. Well, since it's a work in progress, I don't have the exact details for you because that's still being worked through. Of course, the solution would determine those exact details and I would provide it. But DFA in this case is, I guess, the employer administering that system for those SPARS employers. And just like the other covered employers, they're ultimately responsible for their duty. But due to this, we're trying to work through some type of temporary interim arrangements until they get live with their ongoing statewide system. So it's really just going to depend.
Okay, now I get it. DFA is the employer and they're trying to figure out how to make the money go to the right trails. And like the employers other employers, we're not anticipating that issue with them. It's DFA and the state employees, so to say.
At present, yes.
Okay, so that kind of, that clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I bet they got their own issues with it, but yes, this is just the state agencies that DFA has the product of the payroll system.
Okay, let's look at the investment policy statement review and update.
Need to make a motion.
Well, they actually did it. They already
Did
did
make
it.
a
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right. Okay, I have 3 different investment policy statements to bring to you today. I'll leave it up to you if you want to have a separate motion to accept each one individually or accept them all together.
Is it allowable to accept them together?
Either way, I think it's fine.
Let's take them up together then.
Okay. All right, the first IPS that I am bringing to you is the hybrid investment policy statement. This is a brand new policy statement. I have the honor to be the first one to speak about it. It is largely similar to what the policy statement is for MDC, just minor differences due to language that needs to be in place for 401As. But as far as covering investment lineups, review of investment performance is all the same. If there are no questions about it, I'm going to move on to the MDC statement.
I did not go back and look. Did we look at this? Do we have to approve
That's
this?
deferred to December.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get rid of that then. So it's the investment policy here.
You just covered this one and now we're on the deferred comp.
Okay. Well, the question that I have is this a policy that requires two or is it just one? One approval?
Just one approval. Just one
Okay.
approval, yes.
Go ahead.
All right. And then the next policy statement is for the Mississippi Deferred Compensation Plan and Trust statement. It was reviewed. The only changes that basically are made to this policy statement are changes for readability, as well as a slight change to add some language covering risks involved in potential loss of principal for individuals deciding to take investment advice from either a investment advisor of their choice or an investment advisor provided by the third-party administrator. So, outside of that, no other changes are made. Any questions concerning that? okay? And then,
And that does clarify that there's no, advice from us on what they do.
that's why I added that language, is I felt, every time I would read over this, policy statement every year, that always kind of nagged at me a little bit, that it wasn't clear that neither the board nor investment staff with PERS is offering any advice, so I wanted to make sure that that is clarified. So. And then the next investment policy statement is for the optional retirement system. The only changes made here is for both readability and just changes to reflect more exactly practices that are currently in place for ORP. Any questions?
Any questions or discussion about these three statements? Is there a motion to approve the updated three statements altogether? That's for the hybrid, the deferred comp, and the ORP.
Motion.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries. Thank you. Any,
There are no miscellaneous updates for this meeting.
then the Defined Contribution Committee meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready now for the investment committee to begin?
Yes, sir.
So my question is, how long is it gonna take for the market update and performance review as we get started here?
It shouldn't take very long at all.
Okay, it's 11:24. I'm thinking about lunch. So, Alex, the investment committee is called to order and we shall begin. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make just a couple of statements here before we get started, kind of give you an update to what happened since we last met. Quarter ending September delivered a robust equity performance. The Standard & Poor's 500 advanced 8.1%, its strongest advance since the third quarter of 2020. This was driven by resilience in corporate earnings, sustained investor enthusiasm, and enthusiasm around artificial intelligence. GDP was revised upward at 3.8%, and the Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 25 basis points in September. International markets also posted solid gains. Developed markets rose 4.8%, supported by easing trade tensions, stable monetary policy, while emerging markets surged 10.6%. The Eurozone saw a pickup in business activity and finalized a standardized tariff framework with the United States, while Japan and the United Kingdom contended with inflationary pressures and uneven growth. Most central banks across the board held rates steady during this period. Fixed income markets also benefited from declining yields across the Treasury curve and modest tightening of credit spreads. The Bloomberg U.S. Ag rose 2%, while emerging market debt returned 4.8%. So the interplay between inflation, labor dynamics, and global trade policy appears to still remain the central point for market direction. Fiscal year to date, as of September 30th, the PERS portfolio was up 5.13%. So, since the end of quarter, Sunday, October 12th, marked the third anniversary of the current bull market. On that day in 2022, the S&P closed at about 3,600. 36 months later, the bull market remains intact with the S&P closing at 6,700. as of last Friday. Whether this continues is uncertain, especially amid growing concerns about a potential bubble fueled by enthusiasm around AI-driven stocks. But historically, bull markets that reach a 3-year mark tend to extend further. Now remember, past performance isn't always a guarantee of future performance, but to give you a bit of information, the average bull market lasts about 59 months. The average annual return of bull markets were 23%. So the current bull market is 33 months, and the current annualized return for this bull run is approximately 21%. Just a little bit of information for you. As of October 17th, that marked the 7th day of the ongoing government shutdown, leaving markets without key economic indicators for yet another week, including the delayed September retail sales report. But fortunately, there is alternative data sources offering insight to consumer health. The Chicago Fed's chart index, which tracks 8 weekly indicators such as foot traffic and transaction volume, suggests that retail sales, excluding autos, rose 0.5% month over month in September and 6.2% annualized in Q3, the fastest nominal growth rate in 2 years. So this data was also corroborated by the Chase credit card data, showing that a 0.7% month over month increase in consumer spending, excluding autos, also happened. So despite cooling labor market and ongoing trade policy uncertainty, consumers demonstrated resilience through the Q3, a key support for continued economic momentum. So it is possible that we will see the current bull market continue. So some notable index performance since the first of the month: the S&P 500 is up 1.7%, and the MSCI EAFE, which is a measurement of developed international markets, is also up 1.7%. So as of close yesterday, the PERS portfolio is up, this is an estimated return, unaudited, up 5.91%. With that, if that holds, we are currently 80% of our way to meeting our actuarial bogey of 7%. So, very good start to the year.
Good.
Very interesting start to the year. Very happy with the year so far. And with that, I'm going to let Alex Ford take you through a little deeper into what happened during the Q1 of our fiscal year.
Great. Thank you, Charles. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, trustees. Great to see you all today. Be here with you in Mississippi. My partner, John Jackson, sends his regards. He is on a long rescheduled vacation. I think they intended to take this back in 2020, canceled and finally made it work. So he'll be with me back in December. But otherwise, we have a really solid review through the Q3. It's going to echo a lot of what Charles has covered. But if you have the Callan book, it's got a white cover, and jump to page 3. We'll dive right in. This is the hopefully familiar, what we call your tear sheet. So for trustees, this encapsulates all of the most important high-level information regarding the ongoing health of the defined benefit plan. You'll see in that top bullet, assets continue to grow and are now, as of the end of September, just shy of $38 billion. So a serious rebound from the lows of a couple of years ago, driven by an increase of approximately $1.6 billion from the end of the prior quarter. So over 3 months, given the strong market performance, you can see how much the system increased. And we'll get into that in a little detail in just a moment. Importantly, the asset allocation was in line with targets at the end of the quarter. And we say that all the time, but that's a very important and often not easy job. So staff is doing a terrific job managing the system rebalancing where needed, and making sure that all of these various asset classes are as close to their targets as they can be. And that's the board-approved risk tolerance asset allocation of the system. So that's an important check that we do every quarter, and it continues to be in line. And then we get to the performance in the chart here at the bottom. Now, this is the performance of PERS various asset classes, broad asset classes. I think the great story, kind of echoing what Charles says, if you focus on the left, those first three panels are equity markets, US, global, and international. And you can see a lot on this chart, both how they compare to the other asset classes to the right, but also near term, midterm, and slightly longer term. So green is the fiscal year to date performance. Dark green is over the last year, and blue is over the last 3 years. Those are annual growth rates. So you can see equity markets, both now in the US and abroad, are compounding at rates over 20% for 3 years. And so that alone is what's driven a lot of the tremendous growth in the system's assets. That's that 3-year bull market that Charles mentioned, which remains intact. You may recall there has been such tremendous focus on the S&P 500 over the last couple of years for good reason. Far and away the best performing market index. Active managers struggled to keep up, largely driven by Magnificent Seven AI-related stocks. You'll notice now this chart is showing a little more parity across global equity markets, such that international is delivering very similar returns to US markets for the last 3 years. Now, to get to that point, you can start to see where I'm going. International markets had to do so well this year to close that gap, and they've delivered that for several reasons that we'll cover in a moment. All of the other asset classes are also contributing positively over these various time periods, with the exception of real estate, and we know why. That's been discussed at length. Really, 3 years ago was the beginning of the big downturn in private real estate following the COVID crisis, most extreme in the office sector, right, as people were sent home, and there was a big valuation hit there to properties. There is evidence that that is rebounding, so that's good news. But we'll go to the far right and look at PERS total funds. So what does this all add up to? A 5.1 return for the first quarter of this 2026 fiscal year, 11.7 over the last year, and 13.9, again, average annual growth rate over the last 3 years. So results continue to look incredibly strong, but perhaps more importantly, that final bullet is that over much longer periods, trailing 5, 10, and 15 years, PERS has achieved on 3 very important objectives. So outperforming its benchmark over those periods, that's important. Beating the discount rate, also very important. And then thirdly, ranking very well against other peers. So other public pension systems of similar size and complexity as yourself. Often that's in the top third or top quartile in terms of a ranking. So with that longer term view, PERS is really firing on all cylinders and meeting its objectives. Page 4, real quick, just looks at kind of the other side of this. So these are the market indexes, whereas the prior page was looking at PERS actual results. The only comments I want to make here are if we look at the calendar year to date column, the orange bar, 14.4, a really awesome return on its own, was dramatically eclipsed by the red bar of 26%, which is international equity markets. So you can see the kind of the patience there has really rewarded you over the last year or so. And you are getting now some diversification from holding international equities. Now, they're both equities. They are closely correlated, but you can see in this type of environment, that position, really helped out. Whereas prior to that, it had been viewed as an opportunity cost, right, across pensions broadly. So those are the broad strokes of what's delivered the PERS results over the near term and over the last couple of years. Any questions before we move on? Okay, if you'll jump to page 6, some of the big macro drivers, and again, Charles touched on a lot of these. I'll comment on inflation in the top right. Now, this chart is through August. Normally, it would be through September for this meeting, but with the government shutdown, the BLS did not make its print, which was due last week. Now, I think this is a little interesting and somewhat important. They are actually calling back some employees to make sure that report is published late this Friday, because this is a very important CPI report because it's tied to COLA payments for Social Security. So this is a critical one, so they are calling some people back. We will get it. We will get it delayed. In any event, we expect it to show similar recent data, which is that inflation is sticky, has stalled above the Fed's target, getting closer to 3, where they want it at 2, and kind of range bound in that level. So why is the Fed now pivoting to cutting? Because they have the dual mandate and they're shifting their focus to labor. They have viewed labor as much more important or priority number 1 at this time, as that is deteriorating a little quicker than inflation is remaining above target, right? So it's kind of a balance of priorities, and that's what's happened. And so we got a first Fed cut in 9 months in September. And you can see what that did to the yield curve bottom left. So the green is where we are today. On the short end, that's what the Fed controls. It's lower than it has been in something like 3 years. Expectations are that they're going to continue to cut perhaps 1 or 2 more times before the year is out. That will be, generally speaking, a tailwind to our fixed income investments. And as the yield curve reverts to a more normal, gently upward sloping shape, again, that's viewed generally as a positive for fixed income. Lastly, in terms of the growth picture, there's been a lot of challenges this year, trade policy and everything else. But the consumer, as we heard, is strong, demand is strong, and economic growth is strong. So the final estimate of second quarter growth was just shy of 4%. It's a very strong number for the U.S. And the early indications are for this third quarter, it's going to be in that ballpark as well. So the economy continues to expand despite higher short-term interest rates, despite disruption from policy and everything else. Things are continuing to hum along. And that is really supporting the ongoing expansion and the so far lack of recession. Page 7 just shows now what that has all done, that macro backdrop to the capital markets. We highlighted that 1-year column for you so you can kind of see what the big drivers were. Equity markets up at the top, both U.S. and outside the U.S., all doing quite well, right? Returns well above 10% over the last year. So that's really driven the growth. Now, fixed income, has struggled a little bit more as yields have bounced around, but still a positive return. Real estate, that NCREIF total index, the proxy for the private core real estate universe, up 4.5%. And then inflation finally at the bottom, as we said, kind of humming along 2.5% to 3%. So that's kind of the current state of the market environment, which really does remain largely positive and throwing off really strong returns. I'm going to skip 8 and ask you to flip to 9 real quick because, everything does seem so great, but what are some things we are watching? What could stall markets potentially? Well, this is our valuation chart, and this is looking at the S&P 500. So the blue line is how our stocks broadly, from an index perspective, valued. And on its own, that doesn't tell us much, but we're going to look at how that compares to history. And then we start to get a feel that, okay, things do look like they're, running a little hot, right? The dashed green lines are 1 standard deviation. And you can see that our current reading is well above 1 standard deviation to the upside. So based on a historical look back, stocks are expensive today. Is that immediately concerning? I would say not necessarily. Stocks can be overvalued or undervalued for years and continue in the same direction. But it's worth noting, right? The last time they were at that level was really all the way back to the tech bubble. So just something that we're watching. The other thing to keep in mind is the earnings side of the equation, which at least to this point, again, continues to support these higher valuations generally, right? If you look on page 11, I did want to touch on international equity markets, and we can see kind of what's been going on over the course of the year. Now, I think when we were meeting with you last quarter, we talked about the falling dollar, which had been really dropping quite precipitously through June. It has stabilized since. But that was a big driver of the return picture to US-based investors who had investment strategies abroad, right? So that was part of it. But that was not the only reason that international markets did so well. There is equally easing monetary and fiscal conditions in those markets. Some of these countries trade with each other, and a falling dollar makes their exports often more attractive, including with the U.S. So that's what's really going on. Now, the other thing is, if you look at China, you'll see they're up almost 21% for the quarter, 31% for the year. They account for a huge proportion of the emerging markets countries. And so kind of as that market goes, so does the index. And their sharp rebound has really driven a lot of the strength in the emerging markets index, which is a big piece of the international equity set. I'd now like to flip ahead to PERS itself. Unless there are any questions, we'll jump to page 14. You can see visibly here the asset allocation, well diversified across many different broad asset classes that all play their own unique role. Where we normally focus our attention is that percent difference column, and you'll see everything is fairly tight to target. There are ranges associated with each of these asset classes, codified in your IPS, and all of the asset classes are well within their ranges, well within compliance of the IPS. So that is a good checkpoint for the system in terms of staff's oversight and management. On page 15, we can kind of decompose further the sources of growth for the quarter. Now, we said it was a strong quarter, and I like to look at that investment return column because that shows you indeed everything in the black, all asset classes broadly contributing to the gains that we earned here during that period. All told, you can see the system increased based off strong investment return, about 1.8 million. Net new investment is cash flowing in and out of the system. And so that was about 241 million that was withdrawn from PERS to pay benefits and other expenses sourced across the majority of the various asset classes. So you really add those two up. How did the investments do? How much cash came out? And that gets you the total gain for any one period, which was a big increase during this quarter. And lastly, we'll wrap up looking at the returns earned by PERS on page 16 and 17. So 16 covers the last quarter, last year, and last 3 years. 17 takes a longer view. And as you go down that last year column, we'll notice that, there were some asset classes that fell short of objectives, others that achieved objective quite well. But we do want to really focus on that total fund number. So you can see over the last year, total fund, PERS, actual results, 11.73. Pretty darn close to the benchmark at 11.83. So really tracking with expectations in terms of performance, what we should have earned in this market environment. I will call out private equity. If you look up a bit, really delivering some nice excess return relative to its index, 10.4 versus 6.9. We had been waiting for a couple of years for that to kind of turn around as the private equity market had, become overvalued and then went through a period of some softness. These are starting to indicate that market cycle is changing back to our favor. And the excess return means that your managers have added significant value against the private equity marketplace broadly. 17 now we'll wrap up and just look at the longer term view. I'd like to take you to the last 10 years, last 15 years. You'll see domestic equity, global, international, really compounding at those high rates that I talked about. But if you go down closer to the bottom, you'll see again, private equity as an asset class, really surpassing anything else in the system. So almost 15%, which beat equity markets, both home and abroad, for 10 years. And over 15 years at 13.84, also surpassing those other markets. And so kind of with that longer term view and the patience that that entails, this asset class has really delivered on its promise, and we expect that it would going forward equally. And all told, we look at the total fund at the bottom, you can see these results, 9.8 5 years, 9.7 10 years, 9.3 15 years. Each of those realized results in excess of that benchmark, in excess of the discount rate. And although I don't have it here for you today, we will next quarter. You can take my word for it, ranks very well against peers, against other public pension systems. So really kind of with that mosaic approach, that's how we assess the ongoing health of the system. And we think it continues to perform very well through all those metrics. That's all we have prepared for you today. We'll have a more comprehensive report when we meet with you in December, but happy to take any questions you may have.
Is private equity finally living up to its potential because interest rates did go down, or the thought of them going down, so people wanted to finally use private equity for their businesses? And the fact that, and do you think by December, there's possibility that 1 to 2 rate cuts may be on the horizon?
Yes.
That private equity will continue to live up to its potential?
I think so, yeah. I think it's less about, when those interest rates hit, right? Fed's gonna meet 2 more times. We'll be looking at lag valuations, so I don't think it'll show up. Those cuts aren't gonna show up immediately. But to your point, it's more the expectation of those cuts that they're coming, easing conditions. That's really priced into all kind of models now.
Because these numbers didn't show the rate cut that just happened.
They didn't.
These showed the last.
Right.
So so that leads into what I'm saying, what you said, the expectation that
Yes.
they were coming down the pipeline.
Exactly, yes. It's certainly a big part of the turnaround in our view.
Good.
Alex, this positive report on our investment income, the increases of, does this have any bearing at all on our unfunded liability?
That's a great question. I'm not an actuary, but I will take a stab at that. The investment earnings are smooth over I think a 5-year period. So as you continue to out-earn your discount rate over a multi-year period, that should help close the unfunded gap faster, right? Because you're doing better than the funding plan called for with the discount rate. That will only remain true so long as there isn't a give back, a future period where you're all of a sudden under-earning the discount rate. Or if the two are smooth over a 5-year number, then it maybe wouldn't have a material impact on the unfunded.
In other words, it would have to be a longer period of this positive rate of return to have any bearing on our unfunded liability.
Yeah, that would be my my assessment of it from my seat is that, yeah, you would need a sustained period of out-earning the discount rate to start seeing material help towards the unfunded. Hope I got that right. Start listening.
I think that covered it pretty well, though, yeah.
Other questions? If we don't have any more questions, then are we going to item 2 now?
Yes, please.
Okay, the investment policy statement review and update. Now, as I looked at that, I searched for red letters and marks. This appears to be more of a review.
This is indeed a review. Last year, we had a few more, changes that were involved with this, but this year I couldn't find anything that really needed much attention. So I read through it twice. I had staff read through it, and we could find nothing that needed any help at this time. So I'm going to ask for your approval of this review.
Okay.
And we will put it in place for another year.
Basically, all the red lines were page numbers and dates, as I perceived that. So if I could have a motion for the approval of the staff recommendation for the investment policy review.
I'll make the motion.
Got a motion, second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the like sign?
That was Dr. McCoy, that was Dr. Smith, the second.
Yeah, it was. Any, did we vote?
We did.
Okay,
I think you good.
so we're done with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you interrupted
Sorry,
my
I
train of thought
apologize.
there. I just can't hardly deal with that. Okay, so we're now at, lunch? Or do you
That's
think?
what I'd recommend, yeah, it'd be a good time to break for lunch and do the manager's report.
Okay. I have at this time about 11:53, so that'll give us 40. Why don't we try to resume about 12:30, 12:35-ish, somewhere right in there if we could, please? So we'll recess till, about approximately that time.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to leave you for the manager review. I'll check in with you all tomorrow morning.
Okay, we're going to resume our investment committee meeting. Charles?
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 managers here to visit with us today. 2 of them are dedicated emerging market managers, Fisher and Lazard, and then we have 2 managers that manage dedicated small cap international mandates with us. That is Northern Trust and Principal. Unless there are any questions, I'm going to go ahead and get them in here and let them share with you performance. Performance across all these mandates has been actually pretty good. So I'm going to let them speak to that themselves.
Yes, we had 4 brief synopsis about their performance.
That is correct.
And all the board members have read those, so I guess we're ready for Fisher?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, over here's good, yeah.
We all have your information, so let you introduce yourselves and then let's begin.
Great. Thanks again for having us. We're with Fisher Investments. My name is Michael Allen, and I am the Service Relationship Manager working on behalf of Fisher with the plan. And I meet with your team on a pretty regular basis to provide updates on the portfolio and learn more about how the plan is doing overall. I'm joined today by Senior Relationship Manager Tommy Romero and also Portfolio Engineer Galen Donaldson. So I'll give a brief update on the firm and give you some idea of what we're seeing as far as search activity, to give you some sense of what other institutional clients are asking about, and then we'll share our thoughts on the emerging market strategy. We've been managing that strategy on behalf of the plan for the past 9 years, almost 10 years, so we certainly thank you for your partnership over the years, as well as our friends at Callan for their continued partnership. As for the firm, we ended Q3 with about $362 billion in assets under management. That's across our firm platform, which includes our private client group as well as our institutional group. We manage about $68 billion of institutional funds for global investors across the US and Canada, specifically here in our region. As far as our investment policy committee, what you hired us for 9 years ago continues to be the process that we have in place today. We have 5 members of our investment policy committee that make all the final decisions on the portfolio, and they're supported by a group of now 81 analysts like Galen, who help provide data and assistance in making decisions in the portfolio itself. As a reminder, we tend to complement other managers in that we're a top-down, macro-driven manager. So we look at the macro environment as part of our beginning process of stock selection. And we look at major drivers like economic data, such as inflation or gross domestic product, for example. We look at the political environment to see what level of gridlock might be there, or what's the risk of sweeping legislation that we might see that might impact markets. And then we also look at investor sentiment. How are investors feeling about the market? How are fund flows affecting outcomes and market prices? And we marry that with a bottom-up fundamental process where we analyze companies on the individual level, flushing out concerns about bankruptcy or liquidity or competitive strengths, And the team is consistently running that model again and again to ensure the portfolio is acting the way that it is. But with that, I want to spend our time talking about the strategy and answering any questions you have. But if there are no questions about the firm, I can let Galen go from there.
All right, thanks. So in terms of the portfolio performance, it's been a very good several years in the strategy now, where we've been managed to outperform the emerging markets benchmark by several percentage points. You can see the 3-year annualized number on page 7, trailing 1 year and year-to-date performance as well. Like I said, it's been a very strong period in emerging markets. If you think about it, we've had China, which has been in one of the longest bear markets in terms of magnitude and duration in its history, start to rebound. We've seen some dollar weakness, which is usually associated with good EM performance. Seen some dollar weakness this year. So for the asset class of EM, it's been a very nice period. And we've been able to do a pretty good job, I'd say, of capturing that in your portfolio. What's been contributing to that capture is several things. You can see that on page 8 with the portfolio attribution. The way that you're going to read this attribution is bars to the right of the center line are things that positively contributed to portfolios. Bars to the left of the line negatively contributed to relative performance. The lighter shade of gray are portfolio underweights. The darker green shade, portfolio overweights. And you're looking at country in the top left panel, sector performance on the bottom left panel, and then security selection on the on page 9 there. And what you notice is that really it's our China and India positioning. Getting that right has been a big impact on portfolio returns. From a country perspective, the India underweight has done well, as India has underperformed this year on a cyclical slowdown and some of the tariff concerns that have continued to linger amid a very high sentiment environment. And we think that creates an environment where India likely goes
We're sorry. Your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
Do we need to do anything with that or keep going? Or?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been great being here. Yeah, so the India underweight has been a boost to portfolio returns. I think that should continue, remain underweight there. The China positioning you see there with the overweight contributing, internet, and particularly the AI driver that China has picked up this year. China's been one of the best performing countries in the emerging markets universe this year, as it's picked up some excitement around the AI driver and a little bit of economic recovery, moving past some of the real estate issues to a little degree. The Brazil overweight, as the dollar has weakened this year, what's called the fragile 5 in emerging markets, where they have dual deficits, they spend more than they take in, have a lot of deficit spending, end up having fiscal concerns at times. These are countries like Brazil, Indonesia, India, South Africa that have had these fragile 5 concerns in the past. And those fragile 5 countries tend to do very well in environments when the dollar is weakening. So we expected the dollar to weaken coming into this year. It had a very strong performance in Q4 of last year as President Trump was elected. There was a lot of optimism for the dollar. And as that reversed out somewhat this year, we got a nice rebound in Brazil, and our positioning in the financials and banks there really captured that. The Argentina bar there, that's really one stock, Mercado Libre. It's Latin American e-commerce. You could think of it sort of like an Amazon, where it has the e-commerce flywheel, where they get you in with e-commerce. They also make money on advertising and fintech. That stock has done particularly well in portfolios, also added to returns. And then the final 2 things I'll mention, the Korean industrials positioning. If you move to the right page 9, you see that industrials and Korea selection was the biggest contributor on the selection side. And that was our Korean shipbuilding exposure. So if you think of what President Trump has been doing, engaging with the Koreans to bring shipbuilding capability back to the U.S., those Korean firms have really benefited, and we've been overweight those firms and captured that in the portfolio. Final thing I'll mention, it's been a very strong period in emerging markets, and we came into the year bullish on the stock market, thinking that the stock market would do pretty well, and that offensive positioning has helped. So underweights to defensive categories, be it sectors like consumer staples, which are traditionally more defensive and do well when markets are falling, We're underweight to those categories. We're underweight to countries that are like that, things in the GCC, like Saudi Arabia, for instance, and also Southeast Asia tends to act like that as well, on the more defensive side. So being underweight to those categories and overweight more offensive categories has benefited the portfolio as market returns have been quite strong. As we think about the portfolio positioning, I'd say that over the past year, we've been shifting our portfolio positioning from one that's been emphasizing growth stocks in the portfolio to one that's more core in nature, where we have an equal amount of growth and value exposure in the portfolio. We expected, dating back to 2023, we expected tech to rebound quite sharply out of the bear market downturn that we experienced in 2022. We emphasize those companies in the portfolio. So we're overweight to more growth-oriented categories, expecting those companies to rebound. As that rebound starts to fade, we wanted to de-emphasize the growth characteristic in some of those tech companies and emphasize more value-oriented companies where we saw more opportunities. That's increased or continued in this year as the US AI exposed companies in the emerging market space, things like Taiwan semiconductors or Korean memory firms. We've reduced exposure to those companies as expectations have continued to ratchet upward and now sit at very high levels in our view. So we think we're always, from a process perspective, stepping back, looking for differences where the market's expecting one thing and our view of the fundamentals is much higher or much lower than the market, looking for differences between our expectations and where reality may fall. And as AI expectations have continued to ratchet higher, we've reduced emphasis to those firms. In terms of the changes we've been making to the portfolio and the way the portfolio is allocated today, the categories we're emphasizing is first and foremost just the offensive element in the portfolio, but also from a country perspective, looking at page 11, the country allocations. And the way to read this page is the bars to the right are categories or countries or sectors as you move to the next page where we're overweight, and the bars to the left are underweights. And so from a top-down perspective, we're hoping to have less exposure to the categories that underperform and more exposure to the categories that outperform. So what you can tell from this country allocation page is that we're expecting Brazil, China, and Poland to lead emerging markets because that's the way that our portfolio is positioned. And as you look down at the bottom of the page, Mexico, India, and Taiwan to underperform emerging markets. Brazil, as I mentioned, has continued to benefit from the falling dollar. We continue to expect that out into the future, and as inflation falls, that tends to be very good for the banks. China, again, is emerging from one of the deepest and longest bear markets in its history. We think that has some more room to run. And as well, it's picked up the AI driver, which should, it's been a more recent phenomenon, whereas we've had NVIDIA and the AI exposed stocks running pretty strongly here in the US for several years. Well, with China, that's a more recent phenomenon. We had the DeepSeek moment here in January, February. And from there, we've realized that China looks fairly competitive in AI, and we can benefit from that in portfolios. Poland, one of our thoughts on the year is that non-US stocks should do better than US stocks. And when that happens, when European stocks lead, for instance, EM Europe, so Poland also leads within the emerging market spaces as well. And there's a number of reasons for that. We're expecting a little economic pickup, some of the trade. The response to the US fiscal policy in terms of trade has been to do more fiscal stimulus, more trade deals outside the US, and that's boosted some of the returns for some of the non-US areas. And so to capture that in emerging markets context, we're overweight to Poland. With India, we think the expectations remain too high. We see an economy that ran hot for pretty long. It started to slow a little bit, but expectations just, we don't see a strong potential for reality to exceed pretty lofty expectations. And you can see that from a spike in IPOs in their markets. You can see that from a spike in derivatives usage in the Indian markets. A number of different ways from valuations. So a number of different ways you can look at India. Sentiment looks pretty high. And so we think that the economic reality is going to come in a little bit under what the market is expecting there. Taiwan, as I mentioned, as we've reduced exposure to AI and the developed world semiconductor supply chain, we've also come down in our Taiwan expectations as well. Tech in Taiwan is one of the primary beneficiaries of that category, and so we've moved to more of a neutral stance in the emerging market portfolio towards developed markets AI. The far right column you're looking at there is just the relative weight change from a year ago today. So the portfolio changes. We've been reducing exposure to Taiwan, coming up in places like Poland and China. And in terms of the sector allocations, you can see a fairly similar story where the biggest change in the portfolio over the last year is tech, as I described. So we moved from a pretty big overweight to tech to now an underweight position in the portfolio, taking more of a core posture rather than a big tilt towards growth or value. In terms of our market outlook, we'll stop there and see if there's any questions on the portfolio positioning or attribution before I turn to outlook. In terms of the market outlook, we're expecting more bull market ahead. We've had a period of U.S. trade policy uncertainty with correction in sort of Q1, Q2 of this year. As we've rebounded out of the correction, we think that creates the potential for upside surprise ahead. And the reason for that is, if you think back to the correction and the tariff uncertainty, a lot of businesses started to slow or pause investment as the uncertainty reigned. And as we've gained a little more certainty towards the trade policy and what it's going to mean for businesses, we started to see investor and business confidence start to tick back up from lower levels. Still sitting now lower today than it was before we got Liberation Day. And you can see that both from a sentiment perspective and from a business confidence perspective. And so as we continue to emerge from this tariff uncertainty towards one where maybe we have some higher tariff levels, but businesses can start to work around that as uncertainty falls, we're still sitting at a lower level of sentiment today. So that creates an environment where we can get some positive surprise from economic growth. We also mentioned that we have shifted the portfolio from one emphasizing growth to one emphasizing more value. From a global perspective, we think value stocks should do better in this environment. As I mentioned, the response to some of this trade policy out of the U.S. has been more trade deals in the non-U.S. spaces, more fiscal spending. You see defense spending over in Europe. Those factors, all else equal, would support non-U.S. outperformance relative to U.S. outperformance in the equity markets. And so we think it's a year where non-U.S. should continue to lead. And what that means from a composition perspective, if you just look out there at what the U.S. has and what Europe has, well, the U.S. has a lot of tech and growth-oriented stocks, whereas Europe has more value-oriented categories, a lot more banks and industrials in Europe and a lot more tech in the U.S. And so as Europe starts to rebound, you get this cumulative effect from monetary policy. You get the rate cuts coming through, spurs some economic growth. We've seen more of that outside the U.S. than we have so far in the U.S., although the U.S. looks to be catching up in that area. And then a more positive yield curve overseas as well. And the yield curve, just the difference between long-term interest rates and short-term interest rates, when it's nice and wide, that usually means good things for bank lending ahead, and you see more of that potential out in Europe. So we see an environment today that favors Europe, and we're positioned to capture that. The other common market concern that we hear about is, what's the impact of tariffs on things like inflation and interest rates? And we think with tariffs are just overblown in terms of the potential for negative economic consequences. Companies are just really adept at figuring out ways to get around tariffs and reduce and mitigate the impact of tariffs. So that's something we've been tracking really closely this year, and got some supporting materials on it on page, it's 28. Page is titled "Collections are Rising but Short of Expectations." And what this is just showing is that, there's the headline tariff figures. Everybody's whipped out their pencils and done the math on what's the tariff rate and then what's the economic impact of that. Well, what ends up happening is a lot of goods are not subject to tariffs through various trade deals and exemptions that have been made over the years. And so the actual tariff collection is coming in a little short of what those kind of penciled in estimates would have you believe. And so we think the impact, the economic impact of tariffs is less than the market initially feared. In terms of U.S. and China trade, of course, China's been in the news lately with the rare earth ban or export controls on rare earths. We think that is largely overblown. Again, this looks like posturing ahead of the upcoming Trump and Xi summit in the coming days. I think it's no coincidence that the 100% tariffs that we're looking to put on China come into effect very shortly after the two get together and meet. So it gives the U.S. some leverage back, whereas China just got some leverage with the rare earths. And so all of this looks like posturing that will get walked back in the summit, and we're a little less concerned about the issues with U.S. and China trade. What we see with U.S. and China trade is that China's found ways to export their goods, continue to export their goods, and get export growth without exporting directly to the U.S., whether that's finding new markets in places like Southeast Asia or elsewhere, or just finding ways around tariffs. If you look at Chinese export growth, it's remained quite strong, even though exports to the U.S. directly are down substantially. So China's maintained export growth. They're finding ways around these tariffs. And so we think that continues. Final points I'd mention in terms of the outlook are on page, sorry as I scroll through here, page 62, turning more specifically to emerging markets and your mandate with us. That was more of a global outlook as we think towards emerging markets. We think Brazil will continue to rebound off the 2024 fiscal headwinds as the U.S. dollar environment is continued to be weak here. Brazilian domestic inflation is likely to fall, and historically speaking, when domestic inflation falls, the banks do extremely well, which is how we're positioned. Brazil as a whole tends to rally very sharply after big down years, which we saw in 2024. So 2025 would be the rebound year. You can see that on page 63. Historically, when Brazil underperforms by 35%, you tend to get these nice, durable rebound rallies. So we're positioned to capture that. I mentioned already the sentiment towards India has been high. And then the final point I'd mention on China is we remain optimistic for China to do just enough on the economic growth front to hit their 5% growth targets, but do enough to sort of stabilize housing without seeing a big rebound. And as they, from a policy perspective, have been de-emphasizing growth on infrastructure and real estate-driven growth, we think their policies will point towards new industries, more consumption, and within China, we're positioned accordingly with overweights in those categories and less investment in categories that are tied to the old economic model. I'll pause there to see what questions y'all have.
Questions?
Yeah, quick question on process. You talked about Fisher having this component of top-down macro views. A great example right now, I think, with TSMC in China and the US, there could be some type of conflict, things are heating up. What that's going to look like, obviously no one knows. But can that emerging risk filter into your views on, for example, TSMC? Do you take, or is it just too hard to calculate? It's kind of a black swan event.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely it is a consideration in our process. We come back to the notion of what's possible and what's probable, where, the low probability events that could happen, we're not necessarily going to have those be the primary drivers of portfolio performance. We're going to go with the likeliest to happen options. And at this point, our assessment of it is a rising geopolitical risk, but we still don't see a hot war developing there. Our assessment of the situation is that China would prefer a peaceful solution, one that may take a little more time rather than a near-term conflict. I think some of this geopolitical posturing gets overblown sometimes. And yeah, while it's all possible, it could come to a hot conflict, and that would be a big problem for TSMC. It's unlikely to make it out of that conflict without a big drawdown in that stock. We just don't see that as the likeliest outcome. But from a process perspective, we certainly think through those risks and think through what's likely and not likely and decide accordingly.
Thank you.
Other questions? Board members? Charles, Director, any other questions?
No.
Okay. Any further comments y'all want to make to us at this time?
We just continue to thank you for the years of partnership, and we're always available as a resource. Should you need to see us more often, we're always available, so thank you for that.
Well, we appreciate your work and results in the emerging markets. That's been good. So we appreciate that, and I know our legislators appreciate it, and all of our constituents appreciate it. So thank y'all so much for coming down and sharing. Especially, I like the comments specifically from the analyst. It's very good there. Is it Galen?
Galen, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, good job. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank y'all so much.
Yeah, thank
Y'all
you.
have a
Take
great
care.
afternoon.
You too.
Welcome everyone. Come on in. We're glad that you all are here today.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. So, we're going to let you, we have your materials. So we're going to follow along as you tell us where you are, and then introduce yourself and just go ahead and take it away.
Okay. For the record, I'm Frank Spizzato. I'm with Lazard. We are your emerging market equity manager. I know I've seen a number of you in recent months at one thing or another, but we haven't been in here in a while, so we really appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk to you. I've been at Lazard for 28 years, and my colleague James Donald, who you've seen numerous times, today is his 29th anniversary at Lazard. So we were just thinking we're two outliers in the industry, I think, and you happen to have us both here together. The other interesting note is you've been a client for 2 years less than he's been at Lazard and 1 year less than I've been at Lazard. So you are one of our longest standing clients, and we can't tell you enough how much we appreciate that. And just as a reminder, last time we were in here, we had my former colleague Tony Doty as well, who's a 40-year veteran of Lazard. So I'm kind of the new guy, in the group. But one of the things we talked about is we had gone through a tough period, particularly for our style, and which is relative value, bottom up. And the last time we came in, we had seen a dramatic reversal in that performance, and we're happy to report that that has continued since then, and we continue to print very solid numbers. And the other really good news. It's not only are we doing well in the asset class, but the asset class is doing extremely well. For the last year or so, we've seen tremendous improvement in non-U.S. versus U.S. balance, and in particular in the emerging markets. We have all the updated numbers through the end of September, so the portfolio is up, you know, at this point into October, north of 32%. So I'm always happy to report numbers like that to a board. We have a couple of pages. I'm going to be brief, just a couple of just firm overview. I don't think, given our tenure here, unless you want us to, we'll go through the nature of the strategy and the process philosophy. I'm assuming everybody's got that, and then I'll turn it over to James to just talk about, you know, performance, what's going on in the markets, and outlook. Does that make sense? Right. So if you turn over just to tab A, just a synopsis of the firm. We're as of June 30, and the reason this is June 30, we updated all the performance and everything else to September, but we don't announce earnings for a little bit, so we can't update the overall firm asset numbers, but we will send those to you, Charles, after they're reported when they become public and official. But everything else in here from the standpoint of your account is current. So about 250 billion, and that's spread out over all of our global strategies and clients all over the world. You can see on the next page the way that breaks down. Non-U.S. investing is in the neighborhood of 60% of our assets, and emerging markets at this point, this particular strategy is 20 billion. And you're a significant part of that, and we have you to thank for helping us build that, being a very early client. There are no changes in terms of the investment team. We have appointed a new CEO who's going to be starting in December. His name is Chris Hogbin. I believe we sent out a notice about that. We're really excited. Chris has 30 years of asset management experience and 20 years at AllianceBernstein. He comes from the investing side, which I think it will be a really good addition to the firm. So we're looking forward to having him on board. And other than that, there's really nothing else I have to report. So we can skip right to tab D, which is the portfolio and the market and performance.
Yep, so I will cover the third quarter and the year to date. I can go back longer if you'd like. Third quarter has been a pretty strong period of time, and really, like a lot of other markets around the world, it's been dominated to a large extent by AI. So we have quite a large technology exposure in emerging markets, particularly in Taiwan, some in South Korea and India. But quite a lot of these companies are AI related. And indeed, if it wasn't for TSMC in Taiwan, AI probably wouldn't be possible. But they're less immediately relevant than, say, NVIDIA. But they've been very, very strong lately. At this stage, I think, you know, our view is that they're starting to get a bit expensive. So you'll see that we actually have less of them than the index does, for instance, because we think they're starting to get richly valued. Other areas that did well, really two of them, biotechnology stocks in China and gold mining company stocks to a large extent in South Africa. Those are areas we really do not participate in. Biotechnology, typically you don't have earnings, which is a big issue for us. Our strategy is very much focused on high levels of return on equity and valuations that don't take those ROE levels properly into account. And so we like companies with earnings. And then secondly, gold mining companies tend to have very, very heavy levels of expenses. A lot of them tend to be deep mining organizations, and I've actually been down the deepest gold mine in the world. It was 4 kilometers deep, and I can tell you it was a very, very expensive type of area to mine. But today, with the gold price going up so much, it's attracting a lot of attention around the world. And I was just in India and Indonesia the last 2 weeks, and you're hearing about it everywhere. People are getting very excited about gold. You can see the returns. So materials has done particularly well. Some of the technology areas and communication services and consumer discretionary and information technology. Those have been the really strong areas this last quarter. And you can see the returns by country. China, for the concerns people have about its economic growth, which I think are real, it's actually had a very, very strong period in the last year. And that has been causing us to trim back our weight in China. A year ago, we had about 300 to 400 basis points of a heavier weight in China than the index. Now we have almost 1,000 basis points less in China than the index. And that's just because the market has really moved higher. Stocks like Alibaba are up 100% from a year ago. And as stocks get more expensive compared to their levels of profitability, we tend to trim them back. So you can see the performance on the next page. This last quarter has been difficult for us because expensive stocks did very, very well. This has been the most difficult quarter for us in about 5 years. 5 years ago, we were at a stage where the 6 periods of anti-value markets that we had were coming to an end, but there were still some very difficult times in 2020. You can see we were still up a reasonable amount, gross of fees 7%, but the index was up over 10. Year to date, we are still ahead of the index. And then on a 1 and on a 3-year basis and a 5-year basis, substantially ahead. And really that has been because that anti-value market from 2015 to 2020 was a period when, through most of it, the very most expensive stocks did by far the best. Very difficult for a valuation-sensitive manager like ourselves. Since then, we've had a market where that hasn't been true, and where stocks of decent companies that are not as expensive have actually done better, and we've been able to outperform substantially through that period. Attribution over the third quarter is on page 19. This is obviously the period we just had where we did underperform. A lot of that underperformance was in China. That was a lot of the technology stocks that have rallied very, very hard, and we have been trimming back. South Africa, as I said before, is to do with gold mining company stocks. And you can see above communication services, information technology, and consumer discretionary. These are AI-related areas for the most part, and those are the areas where we have subtracted some value. We've had positive attribution in financials and recently in Mexico. And if you look at the year-to-date on page 20, you can see that we have outperformed. Most of that outperformance has been in stock selection, and that's been the case over the last 5, 3, and I think 7 years. So it's been down to picking stocks. And here, this recent underperformance, or at least, yes, underperformance in China has been more marked, as you can see. Before this period, the performance in China was very strong. South Africa, and in communication services in particular. We've had very good stock selection in areas like financials and consumer discretionary. And India, which 15 months ago, everyone was an extreme bull of, has actually underperformed over the last year, much to people's surprise. It's a very expensive market. I was there 2 weeks ago. It's come down, but it still appears fairly expensive to me, so we'll have to see how it goes. It's a very exciting country right now, going through an industrial revolution, but the valuations are very, very extended. We've also had good performance in Mexico and Greece, which is a country back from the brink, went through a long period of doing very, very poorly. But it's gone from a culture of non-payment to a culture of payment. And so it's coming back very strongly. Top contributors and detractors on page 21. You see, these are the stocks versus the index where we've done well and not so well. Quite a few of the names on the right-hand side, the detractors, are companies that we've trimmed back. We have positions in. They don't have an asterisk. It means we have a position in it. But for instance, Tencent and Alibaba continue to do very well, and we have less than the index weight in those stocks. On the left-hand side, these are areas where we did well versus the index. We don't have HDFC and Reliance in India, and they did very poorly, and that helped us on a relative basis. We don't have Xiaomi or Meituan Dianping in China. Those did very poorly, so that helped us as well. And then we have a number of stocks here, some of them AI-related, that actually did very well, like ASMPT, Yageo, and Global Wafers. The year-to-date attribution and performance attribution on page 23, you can see the top contributors and top detractors. So SK Hynix is a Korean company. It's in memory semiconductors, but it also produces products that are AI related. It's done extremely well. National Bank of Greece, the banking sector in Greece has come back from very, very inexpensive levels to, I would say, still inexpensive levels. OTP Bank is a Hungarian headquartered bank, but throughout Eastern Europe, it has been an excellent company. And NetEase is an internet-related company in China that has been very, very strong in the course of the last year. And then the detractors are a lot of the same ones I've talked about before in terms of a lot of Chinese stocks that have run very, very hard, and we've trimmed them back. Page 25 is the recent purchases and sales. We've purchased more Infosys, which is a technology company in India. Technology companies in India have been derated somewhat because they're not as AI relevant as some of the other companies. So for the first time ever, those stocks are cheaper than the Indian market. InPost is an internet company in Poland with very strong business there. And Kumba Iron Ore is an iron ore company in South Africa. And we've sold 3 stocks. Gree, which is an appliance company in China, did very well. Metlin, which is involved in aluminum trading and engineering and construction, mostly in Europe. And Sociedad Química y Minera, which is known as Socamich, which is one of the biggest lithium companies in the world, based in Chile. The characteristics of the portfolio are on the next page, and it shows you that, as is always the case, the price-earnings ratio of the portfolio is much lower than that of the index. It's still a single digit, just a single digit, about 9.9 times earnings, compared to 15.8 times earnings for the index. And ROEs are higher than the index. Not enormously at this stage, but they are higher, and they have always been higher. And that's what we're trying to do in this portfolio. We're trying to buy financially productive companies at relative discounts. That also means we've got higher free cash flow yield and higher dividend yield than the index. The relative weights of the portfolio on page 27. You can see at this stage, we've got considerably less in both India and China today, although we've actually fought a little bit in India recently on this weakness. And we've got more in Brazil, Mexico, South Africa, Indonesia, and Hungary. And that's where we see opportunities. Sectorally, we have less in some of the internet-related technology areas like consumer discretionary, information technology, and communication services. And we have more in consumer staples, financials, and energy. The portfolio is on page 28 by country and on page 29 by sector. And I'd be pleased to take any questions if there are any at this moment on the portfolio review.
You used a term just a moment ago that I think it was AI relevant. Is that what you said?
AI related.
Related?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, kind of elaborate on that. That's the first time I've heard that. I've not read that anywhere either.
Well, what you have in emerging markets, typically in technology, is a number of things. You have software companies, often in places like India. You have a lot of the major semiconductor companies based in both Taiwan and South Korea. The memory chip companies are typically in South Korea. They've tried to get into some of the more tailor-made areas of the semiconductor industry, to some degree successfully, but less successfully than the Taiwanese companies have really dominated that industry. And that's why TSMC is this very famous company now, because it dominates that area of technology. And they are able to produce chips generations ahead of most of these semiconductor companies. And that's why it is not a cheap stock, but it is a very, very high ROE company, and it's got very steady levels of ROE. We think it's mispriced. We don't think it's massively mispriced. So we have a position in it, but it's not absolutely gigantic, but it's significant. And TSMC provides companies like NVIDIA with chips that are tailor-made for those companies. And in the case of NVIDIA, because it's been dealing with very specialized solutions, the only company that's really been able to do that effectively has been TSMC.
Thank you.
So, and clearly people are excited about AI. Clearly they are around the world. They certainly are in emerging markets. They certainly are in the US. It's just a matter of, how excited is dangerous probably, because these markets have moved an enormous way. And indeed, I think I heard the other day that in the US, AI was the only area that was actually growing in the whole economy. So markets do get excited about these things, and that can be dangerous as well as positive.
Is there actually a difference in the way that chips handle AI information and other information?
Yes, there is.
Oh,
and
okay.
Because I think AI it does it on a totally different scale and with graphics type structures. So yes, I think that is the biggest single difference.
Okay, thank you.
It's able to process a lot more information.
Okay. Other questions?
James, since you've been doing this, you guys, how you approach your portfolio is if you were actually going to go and buy the company yourself. You go kick the tire. Has it changed any with AI? Have you guys employed AI in any way to help you with that process?
Yeah, we have AI systems internally now. It enables us to prepare for meetings and to get information much faster. You have to check that information at this stage because the quality of information is not always that great, but it's an efficiency tool. I think it's, very simplistically, I would say it's almost like a second step after the internet. The internet, think back 30 years and think how much easier it is to get information from the internet than it was 30 years ago. You'd have to go to the library or something and get the information. Now you just look it up immediately and you get a lot of information. AI gives you even more focused information very, very quickly. And I think that's going to continue. And so we are focused on this. We've just actually, at Lazard, added a board member who is an AI expert. And I'm sure he will be pretty focused on how we get our information. I think from a process point of view, I wouldn't say it's changed it. I think our process, our philosophy in managing this portfolio for you has remained the same. And it doesn't mean that I don't go, or my colleagues don't go on trips all over the world. Well, we do. We think it's very important to go and see companies and listen to what managers of companies are saying, as well as people in government and other areas. So this trip that I was on is a very typical trip. It was to India, Indonesia, and Thailand for 2 weeks. And those are all actually markets that have had a bit of a rough ride the last year. But it was to go and hear what was happening in the companies. And also in some of these places, we got to meet, some important government ministers. In India, for instance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he was extremely open with us and talked to us about the importance of being a large country, in a world where globalization is moving backwards, and where if you're small and on your own, you're pretty vulnerable. If you're either with a large club, say the EU or ASEAN, or you're a big country like China or the US, you're more protected. So it's a different type of world from what it was 30 years ago, where it was multilateral and the idea was opening up trade links. Today, trade links have to be negotiated typically bilaterally.
You sound like you still like doing this.
I do. I do.
How much longer do you think you'll be doing it with us?
Well, that depends on two things. It depends on my health, and it depends on Lazard and the environment I have there, the working environment I have there. I do enjoy most of my colleagues and most of my clients, including yourselves. So I would like to be there another 8 or 9 years.
All right, deal.
To do it. But
It's being recorded,
we
right?
will.
It is being recorded, yes.
Those are the variables that I have to think about.
Okay, all right.
So you mentioned checking AI. You still have to check that. So is there room out there? We've gone from spell check to fact check, and now we're going to have AI check, another source check. What I see it is somewhere you got to get the sources that AI is getting it, and you got to have another something that checks those sources to see if it matches up. So is that available for you all to help you with a source check on the primary or most important parts of what you're getting from AI?
I think for the most part it is, but then you also get into different opinions on different things as well. So it can become very, very complicated because it comes down to more than just facts, and a lot down to opinions on different subjects. And so I think that's the reason why we like to have discussions. We spend a lot of time in our teams sitting around and talking about the big issues, and those ultimately find their way into the variables that we analyze and we discount for in the process. There's a lot of judgment involved at the end of the day. It's not just black and white. It's a lot of gray.
And I think there's no substitute for meetings like James described with government ministers like that. That's not replaceable. That sort of face-to-face, intuition, on what someone's telling you.
Sure. Other questions, board members? Well, Frank, James, we appreciate y'all being here today. It's been enlightening. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
We
Thank
appreciate
you
it.
very much.
Yes.
Enjoy your fall.
I'll come next to you so it doesn't look like me.
Y'all give me just a minute to get my stuff together.
Well, good, I'm gonna do the same thing.
You do
then.
the
Thank
thing.
you.
Okay, there you go. We're gonna wait just a minute for a couple of my members to return. He's coming back. Okay, we'll wait just a moment. While we're waiting for a couple of those other members to come back, tell me how far you traveled to get here.
Are these on, by the way? Oh, feel like I can hear it. Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah, they're
Okay.
on. Yeah.
Perfect.
Point that one a little closer to you.
Is that better? Oh, now I can hear
Yeah,
it. There it
perfect.
is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Reed.
I was
No, go
gonna say,
ahead.
I came from Chicago, so a little bit of a way to get here. but-
Okay.
I came from Dallas, so I probably had the easiest trip of the day, maybe, from everybody, so easy for me.
Well, welcome to Mississippi.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be here.
How was the weather in Chicago? Has it snowed yet up there?
Not yet, but outside of the rain, it's nicer down here, that's for sure.
There's a chance we're gonna have a shower or two here in a few days, I guess. I don't know. Is it raining outside
It
now?
was. You got a nice rain today.
Oh, did we?
I wish we got that in Dallas. We need that, so.
It's been dry here.
Well, you should be pleasantly surprised when you go outside then. Do I dare ask who everybody's rooting for here? Are we Ole Miss fans, Mississippi State, maybe split?
You're getting closer to heaven. Keep, yeah, there's both here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, there's both here. There's not much animosity between the schools at all.
I think you're being facetious, aren't you?
Well, Mississippi State plays Texas. We host Texas. We think this is probably the first chance we've got an SEC win this year with them coming to our place. So, you know, they got a Manning play, and that's always a strike against them.
Yeah,
So
they might have been a little overhyped this year, huh?
You think that as well? I
Look,
thought that was just
so
someone that.
full disclosure, I grew up in Indiana. I live in Texas now.
Okay.
So, well, it's a long story. We don't have enough time probably, but I grew up an Indiana University fan, which is
Okay.
very nice now. It was not nice for a long time. But I went to Purdue, and so that's a no-no. But my grandfather and my dad were IU fans, and I grew up in West Lafayette, and so I ended up going to Purdue, but I still root for IU. So I'm not, I don't have an allegiance to Texas.
Okay.
So if you beat them, that's okay.
That'll be okay with me as well. Okay, we want to welcome y'all to Mississippi and glad you could come down today. We have your information. So introduce yourselves and we're going to turn it over to you all.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I'm Ashley Allison. I'm a relationship manager with Northern Trust Asset Management. Happy to be here today. Thanks so much for inviting us to present to you all today. As you probably know, we're here today to talk about our international quality small cap core strategy. However, we also run a fair amount of index assets for all of you too. So thank you so much for the partnership that we've had over the years, which I think has been a very good one. So I'm joined today by Reed Lamar, who's a senior portfolio manager on the international quality small cap core strategy. So we'll specifically focus on that today. Before we get into the details of the strategy, I thought it might be helpful to give a very, very brief overview of the firm, AUM, and the breakdown maybe of the equity platform. So we currently sit today, I say today, this is as of 6:30. We announce earnings this week, so we'll have updated figures soon. But today, Northern Trust Asset Management runs about $1.3 trillion in assets. If you break that down, about $813 billion in equity assets, and just take that a step further, if we look at our quantitative equity platform, which is where the quality small cap core strategy sits, that's at about $43 billion today, with around $4 billion of that in this specific strategy, but that includes US and international. So thought it'd be helpful for you just to understand the lay of the land as far as assets under management, large global asset manager. But I'm going to have Reed talk more specifically about the portfolio and performance and maybe give some updates on the platform as well.
Very good.
Okay, great.
All right. I'm Reed Lamar, Senior Portfolio Manager, as Ashley mentioned. On page 4, just to quickly go over the team that supports the strategy. Myself and Shreek and Charla are the main portfolio managers on the strategy. Been with Northern quite some time, both of us, and been working on this strategy for a long time. Supported by a large team of other portfolio managers, quant researchers, and client PMs. It's been a growing team as we've been growing assets over the years. In terms of performance, on page 6, I believe, I'll focus in on the since inception period, so that's June of last year up through August of this year. The international small cap space has been one of the most high-performing segments of the equity markets throughout the world. So on an annualized basis, up about 24% on that time. So that beats international large caps by about 5%. That beats U.S. small caps by about 10% and U.S. large caps by about 7% over that time period. So really, really strong performance in that segment of the market. A lot of that has come after the announcement of the tariffs and kind of the turmoil that's come with that. So when you think about small cap companies, both in the U.S. and internationally, they're a lot more domestically focused than some of their larger cap peers. So being somewhat more insulated to that domestic market has helped them out over this time period. In terms of the strategy, it's kept up well, given how well the market has performed. We are a quality strategy, so sometimes in these hot up markets, the strategy will lag a little bit. But as we'll go through, you'll see our models held up pretty well during this time period, just trailing the benchmark by a slight amount, about 20 basis points. But you know, it's I would say as we go forward and kind of return environments normalize, I would expect a little bit better active performance out of the strategy. Going into page 7, the sector attribution. So you hear me mention it a few times, but we don't like to take uncompensated bets in our quantitative strategies here. So things like sectors, industries, region bets, over time we find that those don't add to risk-adjusted returns. So we want to minimize those to the extent that we can. So you'll see in the graph on the bottom of the page here in that weight differential column in the middle, we're within about plus or minus 50 basis points of the index from a sector positioning perspective. So we really want our stock selection model to drive our performance in the strategy. And that's what you see on the page in that stock selection column. We had very strong returns in the information technology sector. Lower quality stocks within that sector were down about 8% on absolute terms. So that's compared to a 10% return in that sector in the index. So being underweight those low quality companies helped out significantly there. Similarly, in the real estate sector, again, low quality companies underperformed that sector by about 6%. And again, we're underweight those low quality segments of the market. Conversely, in the materials sector, you saw a pretty strong rally out of the low quality names there. A lot of those driven by the gold mining names internationally, but some of those companies in the lower quality spectrum were up 42% relative to 30% for the sector. So again, underweight that segment of the market, and that hurt us in that sector. On the next page, similar attribution breakout by region. Again, we don't want to take significant region bets. So you'll see our positioning on the chart below, plus or minus 1% relative to the index in each region. Again, we want our stock selection models to drive performance, and then that's what you see on the page. So really strong performance in the Asia Pacific ex-Japan market. Low quality names there returned just about half of what that region did in the benchmark, so 11% relative to 20%. Again, we're underweight those low quality names. Conversely, in Japan and North America really just being Canada here, our quality model performance was a little bit lacking in those regions. On page 9, we get into attribution on the model itself. And apologies, I meant to do this at the beginning, but kind of a backup in terms of the strategy, just a quick refresher on how we look at things. So we want to deliver a high quality, diversified small cap portfolio. And so we do that by using our multi-factor quality model. And so we're looking at a few things on the value side of the universe. We're looking to avoid value traps. On the growth side of the universe, we're looking at trying to avoid unsustainable growth. And so we've got different models that do that. And then on top of that, we layer on momentum. So if you're deemed to be a low quality company and also have poor momentum, you'll go into a sell rating for us. So on page 9, the ratings for the attribution here, so not restricted, would mean that you don't fall into that low quality bucket. No buy is just kind of what it sounds there. It's if we hold it in the portfolio, we won't sell out of it until it gets poor momentum. But if we don't hold it in the portfolio, we won't buy into it. And those are the low quality names. And then that sell rating is those low quality plus the low momentum. So our portfolio positioning, you can see we've got 95% of the portfolio in that higher quality segment of the market, about a 10% overweight relative to the index. We're underweight that no buy or those low quality segments by about 7%, and then underweight the sell rated names by 3%, very little weight in that sell rated bucket. Model performance did well over the time period. So our not restricted names were the best performing segment at plus 24%, the lower quality names at plus 22%, and the sell rated names at 20%. So nice positive allocation from model performance, despite, like I said, the very strong returns in the market. Sometimes you don't always see quality doing well in those environments, but in this case, our model did well. There is a little bit of negative stock selection within that not restricted bucket, and that can come from several things. Some of the constraints that I talked about in terms of controlling sector and region and country and industry exposure weigh on stock selection a little bit as we want to control those risks. But also, if you go to the next page, page 10, we break out the attribution by market cap. And so three buckets here, greater than 2.35 billion in market cap, between 350 million and 2.3 billion in market cap, and then less than 350 million. You'll see we've got about 2.5% overweight to those smallest market cap names within the index, so the smallest of the small cap, if you will. And those names significantly underperformed. So kind of saw this broadly across equity markets, but large caps doing well. Those names that were larger in the index returned 35%, that middle group returning 15%, and the smallest names returning negative 13%. So that was kind of the drag that caused the stock selection within our model. You can see here positive stock selection across the market cap groups owing to the positive performance in our stock selection model itself. But that's kind of all I had prepared, but happy to take any questions, dig into anything you want to.
Sure. Questions from board members or others?
Quick question, just can you cover how many stocks are in the portfolio? It sounded like you want stock selection to drive the excess return. So if you've got thousands of stocks, like what are the constraints on position size so that you can let the winners actually really contribute?
Yeah, so this strategy is all about avoiding the losers. We find it more consistent to pick out the losing companies than it is to pick out the winning companies. So we do hold broadly diversified portfolio of about 1,900 names at the moment. That's relative to the index at about, I think, 2,300 names. So we're really excluding the worst of the worst. And so we take small position sizes in, a broad set of companies, and that's what we found to be the best way to get consistent outperformance. We're not trying to hit home runs, we're trying to get consistent singles and let those compound.
Any other questions from board members? Others? Ashley, Reed, we thank y'all for coming and sharing with us today. Have safe triples back to Chicago and back out to that place on the other side of the river over there. So
thank you so much. I appreciate
y'all coming here.
Yeah, thank you.
Y'all have a great trip home. Thank you for your work for us.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We're glad that you're here. Could come and visit with us today. We're looking forward to hearing from you. We do have your information, and we'll follow along. If you'll just let us know what page you're on, we'll try to get there. Okay, so if you would introduce yourselves, and then we're going to turn it over to you.
Okay. So, Patrick Mugen, I am excited to be here. I am a native Jacksonian, so born and raised here. So any opportunity I get to be here, I'm going to take it.
Welcome home.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, Principal Asset Management. I am your relationship manager working with Charles and team across multiple mandates. You are one of our biggest and most important clients. You have close to 1.5 billion with Principal today across core real estate and then 2 equity mandates. And we just continue to hopefully deepen that relationship and move forward. And a good, hopefully, sign of the longstanding relationship that goes 20 plus years is we recently reduced the fees within your core real estate investment, and then also within international small cap, which Brian can speak to a little bit further. But you didn't come here to hear me. Let me pass it over to Brian. So Brian is the portfolio manager for the international small cap strategy. He is coming up on 25 years, and he can delve into everything on the strategy. So Brian.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks again for your time today. Just as a reminder, Patrick mentioned that I've been managing this strategy for almost 25 years. If you look on page 3 of the presentation, you can see the rest of the team, and most of us are kind of old timers there working on this asset class. So seasoned group of investors, around 22 years experience on average, and importantly 18 of those years on average working together on these strategies at Principal. Maybe another thing I'd point out organizationally, right around the time of my last presentation in this forum in 2023, we had George Maris join our group as CEO or CIO. He came to us from Janus, where he's had a long and successful career managing both investment portfolios himself as well as investment teams. He has instilled a culture in our organization that only deepens our pre-existing focus on deep fundamental research in equities. He has also fostered a focus on a greater sense of collaboration across all the investment teams at Principal. And so I bring this up because I think there's one clear positive as it relates to the management of our international small cap strategy, in that we are now utilizing the specialized research of our Principal's dedicated REIT and listed infrastructure teams. So supplementing the dedicated folks that you see on page 3 there, managing international small cap, allowing the core legacy team to focus even deeper on fewer sectors and utilize the other experts Principal has in those other asset classes. So that's kind of what I'd point out organizationally. Maybe talk a little bit about markets and of course the portfolio. As I'm sure you're well aware, it's been a fairly wild ride in equity markets this year with strong absolute performance overall, but lots of volatility as well. A couple of notable patterns that I would point out as it relates to small cap companies outside of the U.S. At long last, at least for those of us in the trenches for international equities, we've seen some meaningful outperformance of international equities over U.S. equities in 2025. Through the end of September, the international small cap benchmark was up not quite 30%, which is about twice that of the S&P 500. So a good year to be in this asset class. You have to go back to 2017 to find the last calendar year when international small caps outperformed U.S. small caps. And we've seen that as well this year with, again, about 30% for international small caps and just over 11% for U.S. small caps for the first 3 quarters of the year. And I should also point out that a meaningful part of that outperformance in international equities have come from stronger foreign currencies and a weaker U.S. dollar. So another important part of the exposure you're getting with this asset class. When we look around the world, what's been driving those strong returns, Europe, kind of, which has been a bit beleaguered over recent years, has bounced back nicely this year. Maybe at least in part, there's been a little bit of The on-again, off-again kind of U.S. military aid to Ukraine, I think prompted the Europeans to maybe rethink boosting their own defense spending and more broadly their fiscal spending in general. So you've had kind of some stimulus that way. You've also had the European Central Bank bringing down interest rates over the course of 2025. So you have both kind of fiscal and monetary kind of support to the economy and to markets there, which has boosted the returns of a lot of European equities. And then looking across other markets, Canada and Australia stand out as well. Those are economies that are very closely tied to commodities. So we've seen very strong, particularly metals and mining. And of course, the gold price, you've probably seen gold prices been quite strong as well. So those markets have been benefiting on the back of those trends. Maybe more specifically to those commodity prices, the materials sector has been the strongest international small cap sector of the year. And again, it's really that metals and mining has been kind of a key there, which kind of staggering 90+% performance year to date for those metals and mining stocks in the international small cap universe. And then the other area of strength more broadly has been financials, and it's been notably the banks, both in Europe and in Europe, where we've seen quite strong performance. I think partially by more advantageous yield curve, but also there's been some M&A driving the banking sector in Europe. So that's kind of the backdrop for international smaller companies this year. I think maybe if we turn to just kind of how has the portfolio performed with that backdrop. We've seen outperformance so far against the index in 2025. Also outperforming on a trailing 1 and a 3-year basis. So we continue to make improvements on that long-term track record. If you recall, 2020 was kind of our trouble spot that, we continue to claw our way back, had, decent performance since, and that 2020 gets farther in the rearview mirror here. In terms of areas supporting that strong performance in 2025, the industrial sector has been a key source of relative performance this year. It's really been the capital goods stocks that have been the biggest contributors to performance. Companies that are benefiting, I mentioned that kind of defense spending trend in Europe, but that's also been going on in Japan. And just more broadly, infrastructure spending across the globe on things like power generation and so forth as we talk about all this capital expenditure taking place around data centers and this AI spending boom. We also did, speaking of AI spending, we done quite well within technology this year, notably driven by a Canadian provider of data center hardware that again is benefiting from all that AI related infrastructure spending. Outperformance is also notable just kind of more broadly in Japan in 2025, driven with the industrials, like I mentioned, a lot of construction and engineering oriented companies doing well there, as well as the consumer sector with a couple of our restaurant operators performing pretty well there this year. And if I could point out just one area of weakness, it's been some of our exposure to consumer stocks within the UK. The consumer environment in the UK has not been great, so we're looking to make some improvements there. And if we just take, kind of bigger picture looking at performance, stock selection remains the key source of our outperformance. By design, we manage the portfolio very closely to the index on top-down measures like our country weights and our sector weights. So we're really isolating that bottom-up stock selection as a key driver of our returns, and that's been very much the case so far this year with the individual stock picking driving our outperformance. And maybe as it relates to that focus on bottom-up stock picking, maybe one kind of evolution in portfolio construction that I'll point out since we spoke last time. Over the last couple of years, our team has methodically and very thoughtfully reduced the number of holdings in the portfolio to narrow our focus a little bit on to the ideas or the companies where our analysts have the highest conviction. So today we have about 115 holdings in the portfolio. That compares to a little over 180 being our 5-year average. And in general, going forward, we're optimistic that it's going to be company fundamentals and positive earnings trends that are again going to be the key drivers of performance. We remain focused. Our approach is looking for companies where there's some underlying change taking place, companies that are positioned to beat expectations and provide us with some nice upside potential. So maybe as I conclude, I'll just, emphasize, like I have before, that, despite the turmoil in markets that we've seen over the last few years, we have stayed true to that investment philosophy that I just very briefly summarized. We've maintained the profile of the portfolio very consistently to where it was when you hired us in the first place. You can see that consistent profile on page 12 of the presentation materials, where we have a time series of how the portfolio compares to the index on various fundamental measures. You'll see that the portfolio, consistently has higher expected earnings growth rate than the overall universe, higher returns on equity, and despite those positive fundamental characteristics, trades at a discount on a forward-looking earnings basis is what we display here. So, and then maybe the other thing I'd point out there is looking at the profile of earnings revisions in the portfolio. The companies in the portfolio, and this is particularly noteworthy just given how dramatic the earnings cycle has been over the last 5 years, but the companies in the portfolio have shown a very consistent higher propensity to beat expectations, more so than the overall universe of international small cap companies. And again, we find this to be a compelling profile that has served us and our clients well over the long term. So overall, we're encouraged with the recent performance trends. We have confidence that the portfolio is positioned well going forward for what comes next. So I'll stop there. I thank you for your time and your business, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have for us today.
All right. Do any of our group have questions?
Election and industrials, is that basically on the back of more spending for military? I noticed that Saab was one of your largest contributors. Is that where you're seeing most of that happen, or is it a more broad European exposure that's giving you that?
Yeah, it's like the defense spending has definitely been an important trend, and Saab was one of our biggest winners. Such a big winner, in fact, that it unfortunately grew so big that we had to say goodbye, became a large cap company. So that's certainly been, they make fighter jets and other things. And with Sweden joining NATO and with, with just what's going on in Europe, that's certainly been an important trend. But also we've done well with some of the just regular kind of the manufacture, kind of an investment in the manufacturing base around some of this, kind of just more stimulus across, like in Germany, for example, invest, like we own a company called Kion, which makes forklifts and automation equipment for warehouses, just kind of some of the basic blocking and tackling going on as they look to double down on their manufacturing efficiency. So we've kind of seen this, defense has certainly been very important, but also it's been a little bit broader than that as well. And certainly anyone that's in the value chain for data center build out and kind of the power infrastructure that goes along with that data center build out, those companies have done quite well as well.
One of your statements on your differentiated approach was that you identify the businesses that you're going to invest in ahead of the market. What allows you to do that? What makes you exceptional in that arena for what you do?
Yeah, there's really been kind of our stock selection approach is two-pronged, and we pride ourselves. I mentioned that the team of analysts that are specialists in the sectors that they follow. We also have some quantitative tools that help us point us in the right direction. So we're looking for when some early trends bubble up in the marketplace that we can kind of quickly assess if there's if there's truly something tangible taking place in the business. And we're kind of hyper focused on not just narrowing our focus to only like good companies, but we want companies where there's something that's getting better. So sometimes you can do that by looking at companies that maybe others are overlooking because of maybe a checkered past, but a company that's below average that is progressing towards just average that can be quite meaningful stock returns that go with that. So I think kind of maybe just considering some things that aren't, necessarily, viewed as 100% perfection by the rest of the market. That's by being open-minded, I think that helps us as well. So the deep expertise, having some tools that point us in the right direction, and being kind of open-minded about where we're looking for change. I think those are the three things that lead us to.
Now, once you have those things and you use those things, what is your percentage of success rate of saying this is the one? Certainly you evaluate why some are good choices and some are poor. So what do you say is your success rate on choosing these stocks now?
Yeah, I mean, in this business, if you can be right, 60% of the time, you're probably going to do pretty well. So we certainly have, our moments of being humbled. But if we can be more right than not, that tends to result in pretty attractive things. And the other thing I should say too is that we're pretty careful about the way we construct the portfolio so that we're diversified across top-down forces. So we're very careful about the way we structure the portfolio. So any one decision that we make in an individual company that doesn't go exactly how we planned, that's not going to derail the entire portfolio. So we're pretty prudent that way. So kind of being honest with ourselves about every investment decision we make.
Last question for me is, how much are you using AI in pointing you toward that direction you want to go now?
Well, certainly this has been, something that's kind of actively changing as we speak. What we say is we're not using AI to tell us which companies to invest in explicitly, but it's become a very important, very helpful time efficiency tool. We're, kind of every day we're inundated with market news and research being published. Just personally, when I know my analyst is going to talk about a company with me in the next day or two, to educate myself, I'll, use AI to pull in all the research reports. It would take me too long to read them all, but I can use that to summarize it and prompt me with some questions I think might be useful for me to ask of my analyst. Those are the types of things we're finding the biggest use. Our analysts use it when they prep for a management meeting, for example, to kind of read through all the filings. They can see what was the analyst or what was the management team saying in their last quarter's transcript of the earnings call. What changed from last quarter to this quarter? It's a very efficient way to kind of weed through all that information. So I think that's been super helpful. And of course, it's like I say, the technology is changing pretty dramatically, but that's the way we've been using it so far at our firm.
Okay. Other questions?
Patrick, if you from Jackson, where'd you go to school?
So I'm originally grew up off Ridgewood and then moved out to Madison. So Madison Central.
Not a Jaguar.
Yeah, Jaguar. Yeah. But, yeah.
Clinton doesn't like Jaguar.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But it's good to be back.
Glad you're home.
Yes, sir.
Your home office, where will you go from here?
I'm in Greenville, South Carolina, but principal is headquartered in Des Moines, Iowa, which is where Brian is. Yeah. But yeah, I still have family here, so I'm gonna go see some family in Hattiesburg on our family farm tomorrow.
Good. Well, welcome home.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Greenville, South Carolina is where that little place is. It's called Traveler's Rest. Right before they were headed over the mountains, that's where they stopped and got their last breath before they started that climb. So Greenville actually grew out of people stopping there, and they just didn't have the energy to go anywhere else. I don't know about you now, but that's just the kind of the way that was.
That's good.
Okay. No further questions, and we appreciate y'all coming
sir.
down and being here with us today. Keep up the good work, and keep checking AI.
All right, sounds good.
Right.
Appreciate your time.
Thank
Take
y'all.
care.
Thank y'all so much.
Couple of miscellaneous updates. Two of the miscellaneous updates are just for Lazard and Arrow Street. Lazard, as you know, they told us when they were here, Chris Hoagman has been appointed CEO of Lazard. And for Arrow Street, just some changes in their board of directors. Nothing directly related to portfolio performance for either of those, but the one that I would like to spend a minute on to talk about is principal, with the fellows that were just here. My guys do a real good job at talking with our asset managers and negotiating fees. And they just told you about some that just happened. Ryan did a real good job at negotiating the fee for this portfolio you were talking about down. And another one I'd like to talk about is this one here is a real estate portfolio. Last summer, Jason Clark reached out to them as part of our process to always make sure we're doing a good job at making sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck in asset management fees. So he reached out to them, said, hey, we're paying 73 basis points, and over the summer, they offered to lower it to 70 basis points. Well, Jason, as I know Jason is, he called him up and said, well, thank you, but I think you can do a little bit better. And they thought about it, and they did do a little bit better. They brought those fees down to 65 basis points. So whenever the questions come about, are y'all negotiating fees to get them to the best price you can? Yes, we are. We always do. So that's all I have for us today, and I appreciate y'all's time.
Anything else for the investment committee? Mr. Director, anything else?
No, sir, just 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
10 a.m. tomorrow morning, investment committee is adjourned. See y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all for hanging around.